And calling this, it is 6:30. I'm calling this regular meeting of the Wood Creek City Council meeting to order. It's September 11th, 2024, 6:30 p.m. Ask for everyone to please rise for a moment of silence and stay standing for the pledge, please. Stand as you're willing and able.
So which head is it?
Yeah, watch those blades.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor to protect the flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Sorry.
Are you good on audio? But it said it was, check your audio connection. I'm sure it's all with it. Yeah, okay. It said that it had been switched to. Yeah, that's fine. So we did good. All right. You ready? Call the roll.
Mayor DeFresco.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Deborah Hines. Here. Councilmember Linnea Bailey. Here. Councilmember Chris Drummond.
Here.
Councilmember Bob Hambrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krista Richardson. Here. Thank you. And quorum.
Thank you. Public comments. First, speaking at the beginning of the meeting, Mayor Gloria Whitehead.
Shall I stand here?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am, I mean, actually, where you are is perfect.
Okay, I can stay where I am.
Yeah, because you're
I'm gonna try
right on camera.
I'm gonna try to stay on my 3 minutes only, so as not to go over, so
Yeah, we'll be straight.
I may go a little-
With as many people here and with many people done.
I'm just gonna go as quickly as I can, so I'm gonna read my comments rather than ad lib them, which I normally do, but, okay. I believe leadership counts in public service. We need leadership at City Hall to address and change the current workplace management direction. Evidence of urgent change needed is the rampant turnover rate these 3 years. We value our volunteer community and their independence and actions assigned for their reviews. We must stop the micromanagement style, which is the causative factor, and redefine the separation of executive and legislative duties and responsibilities. The workplace environment has emerged, foreign to Wood Creek's history and vision. Disregard for good government practices and decency has escalated to an unhealthy, toxic workplace. Again, we need only look to turnover as the evidence of dysfunction. Turnover has led to higher costs, lower productivity, inefficiency, and incompetence as reflected in a budget with questionable financial accountability and transparency. There are gaping holes in city operations due to loss of 2 managers, 2 law firms, accounting and financial professionals without replacement, an engineering firm, an enforcement officer not replaced. In addition, chairs and members of every committee, board, and commission have resigned in record numbers. and the municipal court has been defunded and rendered non-existent. Tonight's agenda proposes to yet again address an effort to fire an employee. The item proposes to provide and discuss allegations of incompetence and unspecified wrongdoings. No such allegations are in the packet for public review. That's item 14. I would ask the item be moved from last on the usual excessively long agenda to the top of the agenda. Bring these allegations to the light, not hide in the dark of the late night. A look at the agenda content for tonight shows an interesting pattern, beginning with a budget proposal that presents two different versions. One the citizens saw, and one that is entirely new with many changes never presented in council nor posted in packets. I'm allowed to breathe.
30 seconds.
It's time for the council to stop playing the blame game, another sick city syndrome. Holding discussions, allegations of incompetence of our city secretary, I suggest those responsible hold up a mirror for yourselves and see where the incompetence truly is reflected. Thank you.
All right. Eric Esplin.
Yes, sir. My name is Eric Esplin. I live at 184 Augusta Drive, and I'm speaking specifically to item number 14 on this night's agenda here. And if the council will indulge me, I'd like to go through a timeline of events that I found from the records, as well as the videos of the subsequent meetings that have happened here. On 5/10 of this year, Kevin Rule, the city manager, resigns. Suzanne has now 6 bosses instead of the council members and the mayor. On 6/12, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hines to direct the city attorney to draft a resolution to terminate employment based on lack of confidence for the city secretary position. The motion passed 3-2-0 after executive session. No personal evaluation has been done for Suzanne in over 24 months. On June 21st, the mayor requested the city secretary tender her resignation. Ms. McKenzie refused to do that based on, valid reasons. On 6/26, the discussion and possible action on the resolution to remove the city secretary for lack of confidence and ability to perform her duties as city secretary. Since Mayor Pro Tem Hines was not present, Mayor Rasko requested the item be placed on the next agenda. On 7/10/24, the item was placed on the agenda, and Mayor Pro Tem Hines emailed the city secretary to remove it from the meeting agenda. On 8/14, adoption of the updating of 30.16 municipal secretary changes the votes requirements for removal from a supermajority vote to a simple majority vote. Councilmember Hammer proposed a motion to change the vote for removal 2/3 majority of the members. The motion failed due to no second. In the military, it was a chain of command that all personnel must follow. If this chain is not in place, then what results is total chaos in the ranks below. How does a person know who now has 6 bosses accommodate everyone's wishes? The answer is they cannot. The person with 6 bosses then needs to prioritize these wishes, and it can affect the performance because of that prioritization. Some will be happy that their requests are filled, and others will be disappointed because their tasks have not been completed by the time they had expected. The work environment now becomes very toxic and extremely difficult to navigate. This is the situation we're seeing here now. In the past, 4 city managers we've had exemplary educational qualifications of master's degrees in city and or municipal management. They know how to administer the personnel that work for them. Such is not the case within our city at this point in time. What I'm seeing, as well as many others seeing, is a concerted effort by a block of 3 council members.
3 minutes.
Pardon?
That's your 3 minutes.
That's my 3 minutes? Darn fast, 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. I'll reserve that for later.
Ms. LeBron, you said number 7?
Me,
Yeah.
number 7, but if I can, number 14 being last, if I may
Oh,
move myself to speak about 14 now, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. you can speak for me.
So you tell me when?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. Um, I'm talking about Texas is an employment at will state. And that means that with few exceptions, either the employer or the employee can terminate an employee relationship at any time for any reason or no reason at all without legal consequences. The proposed action on item 14, however, covers a termination for cause, which requires supporting documentation. Item 14 speaks to allegations of incompetency and misconduct without providing any documentation as to the nature of allegations and the source of the allegations. On the language of the item, I ask, number one, are these allegations documented? Number two, were the allegations shared with the employee? Number three, if so, the allegations, were they substantiated? And if yes, where's the documentation? In Texas, termination for cause means an employee was fired for a valid and legally acceptable reason. Item 14, as presented, proposes an action based on allegations rather than documented performance or conduct issues. An allegation is simply a statement that someone has done something wrong or illegal without providing proof. Is this council proposing to terminate the employee without documentation of proof of misconduct or incompetence? That seems to be the case, and I strongly advise you to reconsider the proposed action. If you choose to bypass the at-will option offered by the text of law, and terminate for cause, if in any claim before the Texas Workforce Commission, you will be required to meet the standard of proof for the misconduct or incompetence used to terminate the employee. An allegation will not meet the standard of proof. The city secretary has been an employee for over 2 years, and I would expect that in a termination for cause, you would have performance evaluation that identifies and documents specific instances of misconduct or incompetence. Documented written counseling of the employee about the specific deficiencies and evidence that the employee failed to meet the employer's documented expectations. Personnel issues are generally handled in executive session. I understand the secretary exercised her right to have the issues addressed in an open meeting. And I'm also aware that there was extensive discussion of the perceived misconduct and incompetence. But in my estimation, which is based on many years of experience as a senior executive for the state of Texas and a human resources civil rights investigator for the federal government, your proposed termination fails to meet the standard of proof for termination of cause. Thank you.
All right. Judy, you said you yield
I'm yielding to Aurora my 3 minutes.
Well, number 7.
on 7 or 14?
Number 7.
Mr. Jacobson, do you want to speak now?
Yeah. I'd have done it when you brought it up to 14, if it was in the early part, it's gonna be the last, well, then we'll do it again. My name is Jake Jacobson. It's good to see the councilman here. Mayor, I'm still confused which one's the city attorney. All right, I'm just looking so good today. I'm talking about agenda item 14. I was at that meeting in June 6th when the first proposal came up to dismiss or do whatever. I actually said, I hope they give her a plaque and an award, because from my perspective, in the 15 years I've been here, I had Barbara for a long time, and then I've had a lot of city managers, but one of the best people to help me, if I call up real quick, what do I need help with? I get it. So I want you to know that I wrote it this, Mr. Mayor, I will give you a copy of the outline. We're just all I want to say. I'm going to do it real quick because Aurora, Mayor, you guys covered it real well for me. You made it easy. Item 14 basically talks about the discussion or possible action to due notice. And if one looks at it in the law for the state of Texas, you better find out what due notice is. And due notice has not been given And even before to discuss that, there should have been some notice given to Ms. McKenzie as to what's going on. I went through the homework. I'm disappointed that the person who authorized this agenda item, the author of it, was the same person that wasn't here on June sixth, Deborah Hines. I know who the agenda item is against City Secretary Suzanne McKenzie. And I'm going to assume, as part of a bunch of other people here in the city, citizens of Wood Creek, that this due notice is being set forth ultimately to terminate the employment of the current city secretary. My question is this: what are the exact facts or evidence to substantiate these allegations, which are severe, saying incompetence and particularly misconduct? State of Texas is a right to work state, but it delineates that those two items, if you're gonna get rid of them for those items, you better have proof of it. Has the city of Wood Creek, I'm just asking, maybe Ms. Hines, I can ask you, but has the city of Wood Creek ever presented the actual complaints or of incompetence and misconduct to Suzanne? In closing, I'm just going to say the citizens of Wood Creek are concerned for the personal well-being and safety of our city secretary as to the legality per Texas right to work laws and fairness of the aforementioned agenda item.
2 minutes, sir.
Okay, the citizens are concerned, and we hope that we don't have to take this to court.
Ms. White, do you want to speak now or? All right, please.
I'm here in support of Suzanne as well. The three previous speakers have said everything that I am thinking about and said it much better than I probably said it. But I do want to say that I think that what's going on with Suzanne is probably self-serving and not quite legal. And I'm hoping that if it comes to pass, if this stupidity reigns supreme, I hope you have talked to a lawyer. And I hope that if you have to go forward, you sue not only this citizen, but these three people that are the gun runners on the terrible trio getting what they want. It needs to be stopped now. Proof of this has got to be somewhere, or you're walking in the line. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're welcome to be here. Don't worry about it. If you're walking a fine line of defamation as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Shield, Mayor Shield. Number 14 as well?
You don't need to stand.
Yeah, you don't need to
Yeah,
stand.
you can sit there.
I want to speak to number 6 and 7.
Okay, you want to hold for the budget then?
Well, no, I'll speak now.
Okay, that's fine.
My request is that numbers 6 and 7 be stricken from the agenda. And the reason is basically the items are in violation of the Texas Local Government Code, Section 102, which covers the topic of municipal budgets. Specifically, Section 102.006 covers public hearings and states the government body shall hold a public hearing on a proposed budget set for a date occurring after the 15th day after the proposed budget is filed with the municipal clerk, but before the governing body makes its tax levy. You got two problems tonight, council members. First is the most recent budget workshop was held on August 21st. But changes have been made to that budget since then, which have not been publicly discussed, as Mayor Whitehead said. And secondly, the version of the budget which is in your hands is stamped with a date, which you can see. It was received by the city secretary on August 29th. Again, there are two problems here. By my count, that's 14 days, not after 15, which is what the law requires. And secondly, the budget was received not by the city clerk, who is Taffy Barker, but by the city secretary, Suzanne McKenzie. So what I'm saying to you is that you cannot legally hold a public hearing on the proposed budget tonight, nor can you vote to adopt it. Just for further information, notice of the hearing on the budget must be published no less than 10 days prior to the hearing. And regarding the tax rate, if no new revenues are to be derived, notice must be published only 5 days prior. And then just to complicate things a little more, the proposed budget shall be filed with the municipal clerk before the 30th day before council makes its tax levy.
Can I ask you a statement back?
Yeah, same with that.
The use of the term clerk in Taffy's email is not appropriate. Kevin Rule made that designation. Unfortunately, it doesn't hold meaning. She is not the city clerk. The municipal clerk is the city secretary. Those two terms are interchangeable, just to clarify.
I'm sorry, it's on the website,
Yes.
it's published, that's
It's
legal.
It's an.
And I queried the so-called city administrator about that, and he affirmed that Kathy is the city clerk.
She is a clerk at the city. She is not the municipal clerk.
Can't
Back
argue,
and forth.
can't argue.
Sorry.
Stop.
All right, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm here, rearranging
You wanna
here.
wait until we do the,
Okay.
get to the
Oh, wow.
proclamation?
Yes, yeah, if I can wait until the proclamation, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Patrick. You want us to go over here?
I don't want to stand.
Is he watching?
We just can't lock the door.
Yeah, you go right on it.
We just can't lock the door. That's the only requirement.
We'll push you over if we need to get out.
I've been putting my.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, if we can have some order, please. Patrick, you want to speak to, in the back, please? Ms. White? Ms. White, please. Jose Cornwall, you didn't say what you wanted to speak to.
I've got two items I want to speak to. The first one is related to the budget. I am amazed and surprised that you're asking for $100,000 worth of interest income in the 2024-2025 budget, when the actual was half of that last year, and the amount of money that should be in the funds is approximately the same. So I'm kind of surprised that you're expecting $50,000 worth of additional income. I also do not see anywhere the amount of the money that you are planning on spending on paving driveways and a handful of other improvements that are not in the budget. And with respect to Ms. McKenzie, I've addressed this a few weeks ago when you brought this up at the first place. I think that a supermajority is still required to remove a secretary. I see no reason, now that I've been acting as a member of the Infrastructure Mobility Panel, I have seen stellar performance from Ms. McKenzie, and I have no reason whatsoever to believe that there is any grounds for incompetency. Thank you.
Thank you. And Suzanne, you want to wait until we get to 14?
If that's okay, sir.
Oh, yeah. Your call.
And I'm gonna ask you for an extra.
You can have it. Yeah, that's not, no. We'll address it when we get to it. All right. So that looks to be all of the public comments at the beginning of the meeting. We've got a few more when we get to the regular agenda. So we'll move to the consent agenda. Approval of minutes from past meetings.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move to move item 1 and 3 out of the consent agenda and into the regular agenda. Mayor, I move to approve items 2 of the consent agenda.
Hey.
Second?
Second, by Ms. Richardson. So we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the council budget workshop of August 21st. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Right. That passed. We'll move these down to the regular agenda. And move on to the reports from officers and council liaisons. Ms. Burton?
The sheriff's report is in the packet, as usual. Check registers in there as well. Last week, we, signed a contract with our new accounting services, BML bookkeeping.
Please place your cell phones on silence.
Yeah.
We get a contract with, BML bookkeeping services to provide our monthly bookkeeping as far as, doing the journal entries and bank reconciliations and whatnot. She's also, part of her onboarding is working with Mr. Bay, me, and with the.
I'm so sorry.
We've got a.
You wanna look at
the other side.
Go outside, it's okay. I thought we could get through it.
All right, accounting services.
Accounting services, part of the onboarding, section of her contract is working with Mr. Bays, myself, and FundView to, continue working on updating the FundView issues that we've identified. And coupling that to the quarterly financials, we will get those updated once we get those done. I spoke with, Veronica this afternoon, and has talked with Mike. We just, it's been less than a week since she's been on board, so, she's diligently working on what we need her to work on, and hopefully next month I can have a better report for her, because like I said, she just started. And the quarterly financials, as we can get those updated as we move through the FundView section of the correction, will be okay. Code enforcement, there really wasn't much going on, last month. Had verbal communication with several residents, just on an informal basis, but there were no, formal letters or anything out. City Hall updates, as you can see, our handrails have been completed, as far as construction. Again, once the lumber cures, we'll get it stained, to complete it. We're still waiting on all the invoices from our July 12th lightning strike. It seems like something pops up new every day, but we're getting there. The May 5th storm, the file's been claimed, the claim has been filed. Then we've got an updated list of items that weren't on the list of properties covered, that's been updated. And then also, I reported last month that we are gonna have 2 high school interns working with us. They started, mid-August. And things are working out well. They're good getters, and hopefully they'll stick around with us, as their 6-week cycle comes up. As far as engineering requests, Freeland and Turk just completed the assessments for the parts of the ADA compliance. I just got that, and I'll share that with y'all shortly. And then they are still working on completing the assessment of Champions Court survey for safety concerns.
Any questions of the event?
Here's a question. on FundView and on the updates, it just seems like that should be a huge priority. We don't know what our balances are. And before we can really present a budget, we need to know where those balances are. What is, I mean, another month is actually not sufficient. Is there a way to prioritize and find out so that we can have a financial statement
Right.
and an accurate
Right.
set of bank balances?
I can tell you it's Mr. Bases and his first priority, and he's been working on that diligently along with the budget. And it's the priority for, Veronica at VML. Like I said, she just came on officially Thursday, I believe, maybe Friday. And didn't have a lot to update in the last 3 days, but, we're getting, it is her priority, and it is, Mr.
Because
Bases.
I had isolated 3 primary problems. And I just looked at balance sheet, they're just the same. We still show that we have 7 million in the bank. And it's
How much?
just.
Good lawsuits.
Okay.
So,
The actuals that are reported on the, secondary budget that was submitted with the original budget, that was filed with the city secretary are the actuals that are from each account. So what I worked with Jim on and going through over the last couple of weeks was actually into each account code within FundView and making sure those specific items were correct on that, particular portion of the budget. And then that also, I converted those over to the exact account codes that are on there. Something that'll happen when Veronica comes on is you had identified an interest in sinking payment that was made out of general fund, which is throwing off, as you indicated, a major portion of your balances. When Veronica gets on, she'll be able to make that journal entry change. And since she's a financial expert, you know, she should be the one making that journal entry as opposed to me or you. And so, you know, once she gets on and gets full access, she'll make that journal entry correction in there, which I think will balance most of those accounts. And then we will jump back in and make sure it's all accurate. But by each account, when you look at the provided budget, the actuals in there are what was to date on that date.
actually, and I highlighted this, I worked on it a few months. One category is showing a negative balance of $266,000. That's comprised of nearly 300 entries. It's been doing the wrong thing since the beginning. So it's not a simple journal entry, but it's isolating why FundView is doubling up with the negatives and going back and correcting that.
Yeah, I mean, I could address a little bit of that. I know we don't want to take a ton of time on it, but when the funds were created, there were some extra funds that were built into the system that aren't typical for a city your size. And when FundView does the balances, so when your clerk enters a fee, there's proportions that go, and they should be bouncing off of a singular fund. But when it was built, by then the finance director at that point in time, those weren't correctly inputted. And so when the clerk inputs a dollar amount, it's actually bouncing across funds. And that's why it was probably identifying your cash flow and creating that negative balance there. That's what we'll be working on with Veronica, is combining those account codes and making sure that that's cleared up. But we made that a priority, and I told Jim, hopefully by the end of September, once your bookkeeper gets full access to FundView, and Laura worked with myself and Jim, we'll get those corrected to where when the clerk enters the dollar amount, they'll balance across the platform.
And you said that you have updated and reviewed entries. One thing that was mentioned that I'll mention when we get to the budget, we're showing $24,000 or so in interest revenue. We certainly should have earned more than that this year. So have you addressed where it might be that the interest income was poorly allocated, but.
Yeah.
Answer?
Well, there's a couple of things that are occurring when you're getting, there aren't, scheduled payments from general fund back to interest and sinking, which is kind of creating a balance issue. So monthly or at minimum quarterly,
you should be making payments from your general fund into your interest and sinking fund, and then your bond obligations will be paid out of your interest and sinking to make that account balance accurate. What I think happening is your interest payments are coming in and they're cross-sectioning across your capital projects fund as well as your general fund. And so when you look at your capital projects fund, there's more interest in that allocation than there should be. So I feel confident that when we make the corrections, that the city council's estimate of 100,000 in interest will be back balanced, because there's been too much going into the capital projects fund as far as interest and not enough back into the general fund. But the reason we're waiting on making those adjustments was to get the financial expert on the platform, where when you guys have an audit, it isn't somebody who, I'm not a CPA or a financial expert. And so while I can help Jim identify the issues, we wanted the financial expert to be able to make those moves and make sure that what we're seeing is correct. But in the interest of making sure that we were putting actuals in the budget, that's what we went through account code by account code to give both council and the community the best possible picture we could of the financial situation of the city. So yeah, it's a work in progress, and I know there's much work to be done, but hopefully by the end of September, we can come back at the first meeting in October and say, hey, we've addressed a number of these issues and really provide an accurate balance sheet, especially when we turn over this new budget for the ongoing fiscal year that'll be starting up. That way we can have a clean, fresh start and really, leave the city in a really good financial point.
But I do disagree with you in that we're gonna see that kind of interest, because we just don't have the bank balance we had last year that accumulated to 70,000. But
Yeah.
that'll remain to be seen.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the reports. The next item, number 5, is, take pride in it. Anyway, September 2024 is Pride Month in the city of Wood Creek, and we have a proclamation that we'd like to share.
Is there still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's out there with the baby.
Do you wanna have her come in now?
No, I'll read something.
Okay, you want to do that now, and then I'll read the proclamation?
You can read the proclamation and then I'll say some words
So
after.
there's a proclamation by the city of Wood Creek, whereas the city of Wood Creek is committed to fostering a community that celebrates diversity, inclusivity, and respect for all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community has made invaluable contributions to our community and to society at large, enriching our culture, economy, and social fabric. And whereas in 1972, Texas hosted their first Pride celebration in Dallas. Soon thereafter, in 1979, Houston hosted Pride celebrations. Austin followed with hosting in 1990. San Antonio began in 2004. And Wimberley held their first Pride March in 2019. And whereas recognizing and celebrating Pride in our own Wimberley Valley with a Pride March on September 21st provides an opportunity to honor the progress made in the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights and to acknowledge the ongoing efforts towards equality and justice. And whereas by celebrating Pride, we promote a culture of acceptance and support, stand against discrimination and prejudice, and reinforce our commitment to equal rights for all residents. Now, therefore, the city of Wood Creek does hereby proclaim September 2024 as Pride Month and call upon all residents to join in celebrating our LGBTQ+ community. Let us stand together to foster understanding, compassion, and unity in our community. In witness whereof, we hereunto affix the seal of the city of Wood Creek this 11th day of September 2020.
I just wanted to start by saying that this is why I asked me if I would give just a second of my time to ask that the agenda item number 14 be moved up earlier in the list. So I wanted to make sure that I got that for you. Absolutely, man. And I wanted to start just by taking a moment to acknowledge this important day of remembrance and honor of the sacrifices made by remembering the heroes, armed forces, first responders, and countless others acts of service to defend our nation on this day.
That's right.
My name is Rachel Giles. Thank you. Yes. My name is Rachel Giles. I'm a committee member of the Wimberley Pride March. Our committee requested that City of Wood Creek proclaim the month of September as Pride Month in 2024. We're often asked why the LGBTQIA+ community celebrates a Pride Month. And I ask this in response. Has there ever been a Supreme Court case to decide if you have the same rights as others? How about denied health care? Denied adopting a child in need into your stable, loving home? Denied a job that you perform well at? Denied getting married to the love of your life? Denied being present in the hospital room as your partner dies? Denied being able to access Social Security after the death of that same sex partner of 40+ years? Denied being able to make health decisions that are inherently and deeply what is right for you? Denied living your life just as you are, who you were born to be, in a manner that you know is right, good, and helping? If not, your community has privilege that queer people do not have, or as recent legislative actions have shown, can be taken away at any time. You are inherently safer in the world, safer from persecution, safer from being pushed to the edge of society, safer from losing your job, safer from not being allowed to live your life in a manner that is as you wish, safer from serious health conditions and mental health issues, and safer from the risk of suicide. There is record-breaking anti-LGBTQ and especially anti-trans legislation happening right now. These laws are devastating impacts to the queer community, your community, right now, today. Our actions, this proclamation, and the Wimberley Pride March are meant to challenge those homophobic and transphobic actions. We want Pride Month to change hearts and minds, bring forth love more than fear. We all know that begets hate. We want to show love to our queer community and support those who are persecuted, attacked, denied rights because of their real or perceived sexual orientation and gender identity. We, the Pride March Committee, thank you, City of Wood Creek, for standing with us and showing support and justice and equality for all. Thank y'all.
We're gonna take a 5-minute recess and go outside and do a picture with the committee and the proclamation. Second. All right, we're at the regular agenda. Mr. Grummer, do you want to take the minutes or do you want to go through the budget first? You want to just go ahead and take items 1 and 3?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Item 1, would you like to just go with it? Or would you like to announce it?
Item number 1 is approval of minutes from the regular city council meeting of August 14th, 2020.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, please.
I move to approve the minutes for the city council meeting on August 14th, 2024 with the edits made by
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
And it's made by.
by council. I'm gonna go ahead and start with what I caught. In the minutes, proposed amendments have been listed as amended motions. And this has always perplexed me, so I recently researched on Robert's Rules forums, and my original thinking was correct. An amended motion is not the same thing as an amendment. An amended motion is the last vote taken on the item. The words amended motion is referring to the main motion as amended. If you use the words amended motion in the meeting minutes, you are only doing so on the final vote. And then you would write up the main motion as it is amended by the amendments that have passed. Amendments should be listed as such, as they are pending amendments until they are voted on. And then, and only then, are they amended the main motion.
All amendments in our minutes should state that they are amendments and not be stated as amended motions. These are two different things. On item 9, strike the words, "No objections were received," as an objection was offered by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes. The listing of the votes show 5-0-0, which means that 5 ayes were given, but the motion did fail, so the votes should be shown as 0-5-0. The order of showing the votes is the first number of the ayes, the second number of the nays, and the third number are for abstentions. Item 10, page 6 and 7 of the packet. Minutes reflect that item 11 was not taken up before a motion was made on item 11. I watched the meeting video and I can understand how it might have been vague on whether or not the item 11 was introduced before the motion was made, as the mayor did not read out item 11 after the vote was done for item 10. But after a pause, after the vote on item 10, the mayor said, so we are not really ready to set the date for the public hearing, correct? Referring to item 11, to which Mayor Pro Tem replied, we can, so if we're ready to move forward on that, the motion would be, and then stated a possible motion. To which the mayor replied, so you would like to state a main motion again? And Mayor Pro Tem stated the main motion. So I can see that item 11 was not formally taken by the mayor stating the item in full, but I can also see that everyone understood that we had moved on from and to take up item 11. Including the statement made by the mayor at times, if we are ready to move on forward on that, referring to item 11. So perhaps the motion should show up under 11 in our minutes. I do appreciate the city secretary using a strict interpretation of Robert's rules in this instance, which is represented in the minutes. My question is to council, how would you like your minutes to reflect this moment? Would you like your minutes to reflect the motion was made pertaining to item 11 to show up under item 11? I don't know if that requires a vote per se, because we're editing minutes, but I wanted to ask council to do your minutes.
It makes sense for it to be under the item that it refers to.
Number 11.
Yes.
Okay. Item 13, page 7 and 8 of the packet. The order of the motions were voted on was changed with this item. It shows that the main motion was voted on before the amendments. The solution would be to remove under the main motion, Mayor Rasko called for a vote by a show of hands. Motion passed 5-0-0 and place it at the end of this item. And it would read Mayor Rasko called for a vote on the amended motion by a show of hands. Motion passed 5-0-0. Item 16. The vote on the amendment should read motion passed 4-1-0. Councilmember Bailey voted nay. On the main motion, the vote should read motion passed 4-1-0. Councilmember Bailey voted nay.
What number are you on? I'm sorry.
16.
15.
16.
16. And that's the only corrections I had for the minutes for that month, or for that meeting.
So
We vote. You must
who
do
seconded? Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to approve item number 1, the regular city council meeting minutes from August 14th with the edits stated by Councilmember Bremer, seconded by Councilmember Richardson. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. No opposed, ayes have it. Item number 3, Mr. Bremer.
Thank you. I move to approve the minutes for the city's council meeting on August 28th, 2024, with the edits made by council.
Second.
All right, thank you.
On page 15 of the packet on item 4, there were 3 main motions made on this item and 1 amendment made on the second main motion. The first main motion was made by Councilmember Havrick, which is stated in the minutes. That motion failed 2-3-0. Next was the second main motion made
by myself, Councilmember Bremer, which is currently listed as the First Amendment, the long one that you see in the minutes. There was an amendment made to this second main motion, which should read as, an amendment was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hines to create a subcommittee of council members Bremer and Hines to prepare the documents with the mayor's help if he wants. Seconded by Councilmember Bremer. Second main motion amendment passed 4-1-0. Second main motion passed 4-1-0. And then there was a third main motion, which is currently simply listed as a motion. It would be listed as a third main motion that was made by Mayor Pro Tem to allow parks to continue site plans and improvements for parks projects that have no cost. Motion was seconded by Councilmember Krista Richardson. Motion passed 5-0-0. Item 7, regarding my second, there should be a letter T at the end of my name. Item 8, the vote was listed as 4-0-1, and then explains that I was absent for this vote. I think a better way to state this would simply be 4-0-0, and because we have the ones for abstentions, for absences. Item 9, the words council member should be placed in front of Mr. Hambrick's name. And that's the end of my edits.
My only other edit was on agenda item 5. That was when Mrs. LeBron made, public comments about the budget workshop, and that's not listed in the minutes. And then,
I'm sorry, who made public comments at that? I wasn't at that meeting.
Ms. LeBron, Aurora.
Okay.
Me.
All it said.
It should be on the
It's
minutes.
listed at the top,
Yeah.
but she made it as the item, right?
Yeah,
So-
I don't know if it's any difference, but it was.
Do you want me to correct these? Because Kathy created these for me because I was out at the hospital.
On this,
And I forgot.
not that one, but this one.
And I'll be forwarding all my notes.
She's here.
All right, so, we have the motion to approve with edits, the minutes from regular city council meeting, August 28th, 24. Moved by Councilmember Grimmer, seconded by Councilmember Richardson. All in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Hi.
Thanks.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
It's with this large crowd that we have here tonight, most of them are mostly interested in item number 14. And I would suggest and ask that we move item 14 up to this area just before the regular agenda item of number 6.
I'll leave it to you, Ms. McKenzie.
I mean, I appreciate the forethought. I want to be considerate of the people who wanted to talk about,
The budget.
the budget. I don't want to ramrod any extra items before something you're actually interested in.
Still doing your job.
Was there anybody?
I would prefer to keep the order as is. It was designated that way with purpose. We have a lot of other items to get through, and that item could eventually consume the better part of 2 hours.
What?
No, item 14.
Yeah, we did give thought to the placement of it, for that reason.
You
And,
don't need to deal with 6 and 7, if you can't legally.
Ms. McKenzie, on the budget and the timing of the hearing, this is something that you take responsibility for, correct? Do you feel like we've done this according to the local government code? Are we on time? Do we time things out appropriately or not? And I would also ask the city attorney to weigh in as required.
Okay, my only hesitation is, I wasn't at the meeting on the 28th. I'm really sorry. If I had received those documents at the beginning of the 28th, that would make the difference in the timestamp. So we would have been able to satisfy that 15-day requirement. We can move the public hearing. And the public hearing and the adoption of the proposed budget to that last meeting in September, as long as that takes place before the tax stuff. I know you had wanted delineated, and TML suggested that we delineated between the two meetings, have one separate from the other, but we can have them together as long as the budget's first.
Stan Springerland, Denton Navarro, council, for the city council this evening. So the first thing that comes to mind is October 1st is the duty to have a budget, passed. There is a line of, Attorney General's opinions that indicate on, well, first of all, with the Open Meetings Act, clearly there's sufficient public notice that action may be taken. So for purposes of the Open Meetings Act, you're good, the language is there. For the procedural requirements, there is a line of Attorney General's opinions having to do with the budget, actually. So it's on point that the substantial compliance rule kicks in, as long as it's a de minimis factual scenario. And if you're talking about a timestamp issue, you know, my legal opinion is that that is de minimis, that this item is right and the council has discretion to move forward. You could always place it on a future agenda, ratify it to the extent necessary, or come back with the next available date, make sure, assuming that the publication of the notice has been accomplished, then it's right to move forward on both 6 and 7. There's nothing prohibiting you from moving forward at this time.
And the hearing was posted appropriately.
This budget hearing, yes, sir. And we also have the tax rate proposed hearing in the newspaper for the 25th. So if you are comfortable pursuing this evening with the item, or you have the option, like Mr. Stanley said, to do it on the next one. And we can just republish the same notice we did for this meeting, changing the date.
Yeah, and ask a question. I thought what you were telling us was, as it stands now,
We're good.
we're good.
Yes, in short, yes.
In short.
So there is a motion on the.
There's a point of order.
With the budget that nobody's seen.
Discussion.
Does he know that?
So if I could one more time, Mr. Mayor, at least 10 people here in this audience are here. Some of them all have dual purposes, both the budget and item 14. But they will most likely remain the entire meeting if number 14 is left where it is right now. And I've heard that those chairs aren't all that comfortable out there.
Not on me.
That's okay.
A little later.
Look at worse.
Yeah, it was here reading through the health mission.
All right.
Accommodate.
Can I just say that everyone that wanted to speak to 14 has pretty much spoken, and people can watch from home in the comfort of their couch. There will not be interruptions and discussions during that item. So being present in this room is only one component. So people have been able to speak. One of the concerns about that item is that there is not a time limit set for the amount of time City Secretary McKenzie can address council. So that is an unknown. Also, we have regular business to get through, and that item will likely be rather disruptive to regular.
Well, it's already been disrupted. The
Right.
audience has been quite disruptive.
Yes.
Which I do not appreciate. And, it's my feeling that it should stay where it is on the agenda, and that we move forward with the budget.
Can we vote, or is that just?
It was just a point of order, ma'am.
It's a point of order. So we will close out the regular agenda. It is 7:33 and go into public hearing on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024-2025. As a public hearing, you're welcome to speak. There are some of you that have signed up in public comments to speak. Here you can speak as part of the public hearing, or you can wait till we get out of the public hearing and move into item number 7.
It's up to you.
All right, does anyone wish to speak as part of the public hearing?
I do.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
I have been looking at the engineering project expenses, and I continue to be amazed at how much money we are spending on engineering projects that do not show up in the budget. Driveways is one flagrant example, that, you know, I drove around, I looked at the 5 you approved, I also looked at the several that you did not approve. And honestly, I don't see a reason to spend any money whatsoever from the city's funds on paving the driveways. Those are not in the budget. Interest income, I do not believe you're gonna be able to generate $100,000 worth of interest income. If you do, then lovely. Show the assets that we're generating interest income on, because that has been invisible. And when I look at the amount of money that we're planning on spending on drainage and on public safety, safety issues, there's a lot of work that needs to be done still. I mean, the committee that is working to be able to go pull that together. We have plans to have a town hall that will get direct input from the citizens. And as Mr. Turk has told us, that will help reduce his fee for doing the work associated with looking at the drainage study that you're planning on approving. Oh my gosh, the lights go.
They didn't pay them.
So I just look at this and say, there's an awful lot that still needs to be managed. The budget that you're proposing seems to have a lot of expense and then doesn't have a lot of expense that we know that you're planning on or that you intend to spend. Thank you.
All right.
Mhm.
Anybody else on the public hearing?
I can speak at this time, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'm familiar, first of all, I'm glad to see Michael here. I think that the city has made a good decision and he's very knowledgeable, especially. And so one of the questions that I went through this new format and I found there were some changes made that were not in the previous budget. I think it was August 26th, August 29th. I'm sorry if my dates are wrong. One of the things that I wanted to I was considering was the issue or about the interest income. I understand that you have a sizable amount of money from the bond last year and income was high. It doesn't show on this document, so I assume it's because you're behind in the entries with FondView. That's my assumption.
Sure.
And now that there is less, there's less of the principal in the account, unless the Fed has made change in interest rates, I find it difficult that the $90,000 are going to be achieved. So I think that's overly optimistic. And of course, it does have an effect on the revenues. The other item that I have a question, and this is probably, I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, but is the interest that is generated from a GoFund bond, is it usable for operating expenses or is it reserved for other purposes? I have been told different. So that's something that the attorney's here, he can clarify that. It doesn't have, it's a question I have. The other salaries and wages, you know, one of the things I did is I looked at what were your actuals and what you adopted, what were your actuals, and then how you came about with what in the future. I know you have reduced, salaries. It's very prudent to save money, but also I've never had a reduction in salaries in any place at work unless we had a reduction in force or a reduction in appropriations. So that's unusual. The other item that I noticed was on the item when you talk about professional services expenses, there is a 10-10-5121 contract services, $100,000 that are unidentified. And looking at the previous budget, I can only assume that the $50,000 that were on comprehensive plan and $50,000 that were for coding have now been put together into the 100,000. So that's my assumption, but again, it's not clear. And I like budgets to be clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, you'll see that the dollar amounts are exactly the same as the council has been looking at over the last month in the different budget workshops. Something that we've been tasked with is when I became consultant with the city, we identified that the city has an enormous amount of account codes already generated. And we're trying to bring those kind of a bit more narrow scope down where it's easier to manage those with the city staff. And so when I was going through the actual accounts with the city, there were not account codes that identify specifically to work on the comprehensive plan or to pay for legal services related to the code updates. However, there was already an account code for contract services that was in that same fund category. And so, you know, that's why I was going to talk tonight when we were talking about this ordinance is I moved those two funds and combined them into contract services to where we didn't have to create two additional account codes when we're trying to reduce account codes overall to make it easier on staff to manage. So there's not any dollar change. It was just, since there was already an account code sitting there, I figured that was the best way to, you know, kind of alleviate that problem.
I understand that it was, I understand. I kind of came together to the conclusion that you have done. I think that, one of the things that I want to mention is it does not seem based on what I'm seeing from comparison to previous years that we're collecting the franchise agreements. We seem to be getting less money from the franchise agreements. And I have not been attending council meetings regularly for personal and health reasons, but so there may have been an explanation that I missed. But that's one thing that is my concern. I am disappointed that we don't have any budget for municipal court. I will say that having lived in this city for a long time, I take great pride in the city and I want the city to be the best that it can be. And unfortunately, I'm seeing deterioration throughout my neighborhood and others. And Mr. Burton can only do so much. And I think there's a need for a presence about, I can tell you some circumstances and conditions that are sanitary and health risks that have, through no fault of Mr. Burton, are going unattended. So I would like to see something that brings in a little bit more of that compliance. Pretty much, I'm a little bit, you are saying here at the end, and again, at the end, that the difference between the budget between the 2 years is 9,000. And this is, you're basing your assumptions on your adopted budget against your adopted budget, which instead of your actual expenditures. You did spend less than budgeted. And so when you look at your actuals, this budget has a significant increase from previous year. So I would have liked to see more clarification and looking at the capital funds. This might be a typo. The totals are correct, but on page 43, on the capital project funds, you're showing the ARPA funds at 424 in one area, and then the second on the bottom part is showing at 427. So that's a minor. It's showing at the top, that is 424, 811 is the balance, and you're proposing to use 424,000. And then at the bottom, when you propose, drainage plan and implementation is 427,000. The totals are correct, but there is a typo there.
Yeah, so I did not make any dollar change amounts, and so, you know, in the accounts, when you're actually going into fund view and looking at, in the revenue project 70-1021, the actual balance in that fund is 424,811. And I believe that the expenditure that was listed on the original budget for, the drainage and planning and implementation was 427. So I didn't lower that back down to what the balance was. And so you're showing a net negative there, which then you would have to use, you know, either reserve funds or whatever. So that is a discussion point that council have to decide, you know, what they would like to do with that balance, you know, as they pass the budget. But yeah, it's not a typo. It's just when council was looking at the fundage in there, I think you guys were believing there was 427 in the balance, and there's actually only 424.
And if I may, I have a question on that particular fund. When you look at the audit that was completed for 2023, the auditors point out that 200,000 plus of that fund had been used in the prior year, so they reported that fund at about half of what is being reported here. Again, I am assuming, and I'm assuming it's different, assuming this coincides when you have the ice storm. And what I'm thinking is, I'm trying to get clarification from someone, I don't know who, I'm glad you're here, someone, where the money is used to pay for the disaster, and while the FEMA funds were being accepted, or did the auditor make a mistake? It's really not clear. If you read that audit, it shows the balance of that at about 200, they say 200,000 X were used, and so it's showing it. And now in this budget, it shows that at 427. So you could, that's something that I am.
Yeah, and I don't have that depth of knowledge. Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't, you know, been on that long.
Yes. Yeah, it's direct, I'm sorry.
It's two different things, the 109,000 reimbursement, for the flood damage, for the storm damage.
And then you got reimbursed by.
But the drainage is still untouched. So
I think she's concerned that Mr. Rule allocated the ARPA funds to cover the storm relief.
He did not, no.
The audit seems to indicate that funds were used, is what she's saying.
That's what it said in the audit. And again, looking at the time, looking at the calendar, and I know disaster, I administer disaster relief, and we borrow money from the general fund, from Article 2 to pay for the disaster until the federal money came in, and then we reimburse the Article 2. That's something that we did at the state level. So.
Where Kevin quoted it, I don't think anybody could specifically attest to that right now, so he might have done that. I made a note, it's worthy of.
Yeah, just, again, I don't want to be, that's what I assume. I will tell you, and going back to Fund View, that I attempted to go to those reports that were done in the first 5 months of the year. And it's extremely difficult for anyone who it's difficult for us citizens. And I have an advantage of having served on council and having served on and having managed budgets at the state level, but the rest of the citizens don't have this advantage. And it is really confusing, and it's really difficult to get to the bottom of what is going on. So I'm saying work needs to be done there. And in this budget, I'm concerned again. Okay, so thank you for your time.
I just have a quick question. Maybe the attorney can help, because I'm slightly confused about having two budgets. One that apparently went all through your processes, and then in the packet, for the first time ever, we see a new budget that's got a lot of changes. So I'm just confused about how did the process get a red light or a green light to go forward tonight when nobody has seen, or there's been no public hearing on the matters of all the additional items.
Mr. Basin.
Well, I'll let the attorney also explain, but, you know, the original budget that was filed with the city secretary over a month ago, and then that there's been 2 budget workshops on, is the same exact budget that's presented tonight, as Aurora brought up at our meeting on the 28th. The budget really needed to actually have actuals in there, and then some comparisons from different budget years. And so what that secondary document is the exact same numbers budget, but it outlines the specific account codes, and then also has, you know, previous years and also the actuals and proposed that's finishing. So it's the same document, but a lot more information, just so that the community has as much information as possible going forward.
Yeah, so there's the legal budget, for purposes of complying with the local government code.
Yeah.
And then there's the in-house financial, which, you know, practices can vary from municipality.
So there really aren't 2 budgets.
It was just, what I figured is if we only showed the new budget document, then the citizens had seen the other budget document coming through.
Okay.
So if we didn't include that, it
Well,
looked
that
like
was
we shifted.
confusing because if you could get a green light to go on the one that met all the requirements, and then you found a second budget that nobody has even had a hearing or seen or been explained any of it.
Yeah.
Then how could that be compliant?
Right.
So you're just saying there really weren't changes.
Yeah, there was no monetary changes, as kind of what we discussed in that one where you pointed out that there was a $427,000 expenditure and only 424 in funds. I made no changes to the numbers of the budget. I just wanted to provide more information. So that's why we spent, you know, a lot of time going through each account where we could actually have the actuals, and then, you know, looking at projected so the community would understand where the city will probably end up at the end of this fiscal year. So, but I had told council that it was great to leave that first budget in there, just so people can see that the numbers are exactly the same.
I see.
And then they also have the additional information of what's required to pass the systemic
So
budget.
the $50,000 for the comprehensive plan, and then the $50,000 that was budgeted for, what was the other one?
Engineers.
The
Code
code.
updates.
The code.
The
updating the code.
updating the code, the attorney rewriting the ordinances. So those were separate, but then in the new, they went away, but they're in the capital.
No, they're still in the same section on the administrative.
What are they under now?
Contract service.
Contract service.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Great. Thank you very much. I
Yeah.
just felt there, I needed some clarification on that because
Yeah.
it seemed like we had a whole big change that nobody knew about.
Yeah, and in council's defense, that's why they asked me to be here in person tonight, just
Oh,
so
good.
as these questions came
Right.
up, then we could, you know, kind of explain exactly what we were trying to do and our intent in getting the budget out to the public.
Thank you so much. I
Will it
appreciate
clear a
it.
certified audit at the end?
There's what?
Will it clear a certified audit at the end?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've been trying to be really careful with, is that we don't make any changes where when this fiscal year ends here in a couple of weeks, that everything we've
Yeah.
done is trackable. That way, when we go through the audit process, it shouldn't have any issues with the auditor coming through and seeing exactly what's happened. And also, I did recommend to council that they do bring on a secondary financial advisor that can help the city each month, because when you're doing that secondary audit, having that person that is an outside entity looking at your actuals and making those fund changes really, you know, gives them some credibility and helps the community know that there's another person watching everything that's happening. And so that's, you know, as a team, you know, we'll work with the auditors at the end of this budget year to make sure that everything's squared away. And I do hear what you're saying about FundView, and, you know, it's confusion, and that's kind of what we're trying to work as a team to do too, is bring those account codes down to where you're not looking at 400 different numbers, but you're looking more kind of, you know, at the numbers that the city's actually using. And if the city, you know, does decide to create additional account codes in the future, they can always do that again. It's just that if they're not using those account codes, it makes it really confusing for a citizen to look at and go, how come there's so many of these things? So that's a process that council has asked, you know, us to look at as a team and try to work on as well.
Well, good luck with the balance sheet.
Yeah. Hopefully the financial auditor will hopefully put some of those.
I have one question regarding the expenses. In the past, we've always shown the debt service on our budget. And I don't see any provisions for debt service in the budget. And for 24, it was $300,487. So I'd like to know where that debt service shows up in this budget.
On the cover page, is a portion of it, but you are right that we typically did have it listed in the budget previously.
It is an expense to the city, so it should be in the budget.
I'm aware. It is not listed anywhere other than on, essentially alluded to on the cover page. Where it lists our total obligations, and then in the previous tax sheets we published had the amount listed as well. I don't know if you had anything to add.
But it doesn't reduce our income
Correct.
in
Well,
our budget.
well, because it's taxed separately from what your general fund tax, your M and O operations revenue that's going to be passed on the tax rate. So the separate INS, proposed rate that's on that cover sheet will directly come in, to the city. And that's where I was talking about, you know, those monthly payments from general fund to INS need to be occurring, which will be what, their financial advisor will be helping do. So when the county, pays the city, you know, they just pay it in one check. And then, you know, that the auditor needs to make a payment moving the INS rate or the money that comes in to that interest and sinking. So it won't affect this particular budget, but, you know, we could certainly build a separate document or something that would allocate, you know, that money coming in through the INS and then being paid back out. That just wasn't originally provided. And so I didn't, like I said, I didn't make any changes to the budget that was there when I came on board, and then, you know, kind of moving through, because we wanted to make sure that we were.
But that debt service does affect our balance sheet as well, because it's long range debt.
It's incorporated in all of this. What he's saying is we didn't explicitly say debt service on the documents. And yes, in years previous, we did always say debt service, even the one I was personally responsible for drafting a couple years ago had it. It just isn't in this one. It is factored into all of this though. And in previous documents published in previous meetings, it is listed there. In the tax rate calculation worksheets, it's there.
Seen by that.
Anything else on the public hearing?
Yeah, I think I misread the agenda when I said I want to speak for item 7. It's actually item 6.
Yeah, you can speak now. That's fine.
Good evening, my name is Patrick Mealy. I want to say thank you to the Nebraska and the council members for the time that you give to the city. That you, as we know, there's no compensation, no money in the budget here for you. I'm a homeowner, I've lived here about 10 years, my wife worked for the city previously, so I'm not as close as to what's going on in the city as I used to be. And one of our children just bought a home here in Wood Creek, so very interested in, I'm a little more interested in the budget for her account than I am for our account. She's young and she's working hard and trying to pay for a home now. But I do talk with neighbors and, do looking at the budget. So, you know, a few days ago, my friend Jack Rose, he asked me a question about the budget and he said, I'm trying to find out how much we have in the general fund that's unencumbered. So I went to the website under financial, and the only thing I could find was from the 2023 audit that's done by ABIP and their company, my company that I recently retired from, is familiar with, and a very good firm, and the people that are knowledgeable. And my recollection was the general fund had a balance of approximately 1.1 million, but the unencumbered or unportioned amount was a little over 100,000. But looking through these budget documents, we don't know that. And I'm glad to see that Michael is here. I'm a CPA, as you know, if you ever want to have lunch together and talk, I'd love to help you in any way I can at no cost. But I am concerned that there's a lot of things in this budget that, you know, the best boss I ever worked for, he always said to every employee, and he was a great leader, very successful, and he said, spend the company's money as if you were your own. And I'm looking at, you know, through this budget and whether it's come from capital fund or other. And one point I would like to make, I think if we're earning interest on the debt money that we collected, that interest should go against offset the interest that the taxpayers are paying every year on that loan, not the federal fund. But I don't have expertise in this area. It's something when ABIP comes in, it's something I would bring up with them, make sure we're handling that right. Because it may be right, or maybe that's flexible. but I don't know. But, you know, when I look through the budget and I say, okay, we're gonna spend 50,000 on City Hall. We're gonna build a park bathroom for 35,000. We're gonna put in speed bumps and other things for 80,000. We're gonna do a rainwater study for 40,000. We're gonna do a walking trail for 25,000. Okay, we've lived here since 2013. My wife and I and our little dog, several times a week. There's a beautiful trail that's right there, and you can park there anytime except for Sunday mornings when church is going. And why do we need a walking trail? And I see the signs on the golf course, and for public safety and the livelihood of the golf course, I can see that's justified. But really, if you're spending this money as your own, do we need all these things? So when you vote on this, you know, one thing I help out is with tax aid. Some of the people come from here and they have very little money. I know there's young people in here, right? So last year, you guys passed, oh, let's give an exemption for senior citizens. All that means is people that are not senior citizens are paying more than what the senior citizens. They're paying a higher share of the budget than senior citizens. And senior citizens in general, most of them have more money than struggling people. So, you know, just a bit of advice. Look at this like it's your own money. When you take a vote, and I haven't been involved in all the workshops, and I appreciate all the work you put into it, because I know what it is to build a budget. It's not easy. There's a lot of considerations. But these are things that, because when I look like at this year's numbers, we had budgeted revenue of 741, and now the projection is 656. Right? So there's 722 might be. So we have a shortfall of 66,000. Now I know with the turnover in staff and other things, we didn't spend all the money. So there's offsets there, but you have to look at this and I appreciate that, you know, you adopted the rate that doesn't increase taxes. But when I go to my bill and the latest I have from 2022 to 2023, I mean, my Wood Creek taxes, probably our Wood Creek taxes probably went up over $150. And I don't know what the increase was last year. So the valuations are going up, even though you're holding the rate. So I just look at these things and you can put them in the budget, but you don't have to spend that money. But my advice would be spend the money as if it were your own.
Yep.
Now you're taking that money and saying, well, now I can't spend this money on the kids because, you know, we're gonna build a restaurant, we're gonna make City Hall look nicer, bigger, or whatever. We're gonna do rainwater stuff, which sounds good, but it's really not necessary. We want to see, and I talk to a lot of people, you know, play golf here, live here, jog here, friends, and people are concerned that there's things in this budget that they see, whether it's in the capital or the general expense, and they're saying, boy, if that was my money, I wouldn't be spending money on it. And I implore you guys to do the same. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Good.
I'd like to say something. I wasn't gonna say anything, but when he started talking about spending the money like it was wrong, I strongly objected to, this contract that we made, to have this company, pay people's driveways that were never paid. And Ms. Linnea brought that up and voted against it, and I believe, Councilman Hambrick did too. Those were people's personal driveways, and even though they put in new streets, that does not mean that you should pay people's driveways with money that belongs to the taxpayers. And we drove around, Jose and I did, we drove around and looked at those driveways, and there were people on the same street as your son and various other people, that got their driveways in that bill, or in that proposal, and, they didn't get theirs in, they only got flat of them. You know, it's like you're treating people differently, you're paving some people's driveway that your family or friends, and you're not paving people's driveway, but you shouldn't be paving any of them because they're private property.
If I may add from personal experience, my driveway was damaged years ago. by the city. When they came in to do some, Wilson Circle was rated many times as the worst street in the city, and rightfully so. And I had a lake in front of my driveway. It eroded my driveway. It was because the city failed to repair it. I had to replace, my husband and I paid to replace our driveway, cost of $10,000. We paid it. What is different now? Why wasn't, maybe we should have made some noise and come to the city and complain. What is different now? It seems to some of us who've been here a long time have suffered financial losses. I just put in almost $4,000 to repair that. We live across the street from each other. I have a drainage ditch to my property. The city asked to put it through that property. My husband agreed. I wish he hadn't. They have never maintained it. Alpha clogged it. The first rains that we had, they can tell you my property flooded, their property flooded because the ditch was ineffective. I went and paid $3,700 to have it redone. Should I be reimbursed for that? Maybe I should be making some noise and asking for my damages to be repaired. So we're not being treated equal. And we live in we have on the oldest parts of the city. We don't have the biggest state lots, but we take care of our property. And at some point, I pay taxes. And my question is, what does the city do for me? Nothing. I take care of my property. When nobody came to find out I flooded twice, the only person who ever came to my house was Linda Land. No, the city didn't care. So what is different? Why? It's time to be treated equal.
Thank you. Any other comments on the public hearing? At 8:05.
Maybe I should submit a bill for it.
Okay, out of public hearing at 8:05.
Mayor, first one, please.
Yes.
15-minute.
15.
By the time everybody gets in the bathroom and gets out, that's the demo.
Okay, 15 minutes. 8:20.
No, we're going to say. I'm going to.
On the second back into order, 8:20. And we've moved out of public hearing and moved to item number 7, which is discuss and take possible action to adopt an ordinance of the city council, the city of Wood Creek for the fiscal 2024 budget beginning October 1st, ending September 30, 2025, in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code 102, providing for the filing of the budget, providing that this ordinance shall be cumulative of all ordinances, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date.
I move that we adopt the ordinance of the city council of the city of Wood Creek adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Do I have to read the rest of it?
No.
It's up to you.
No, then
No, it's fine.
I'll second.
All right, discussion.
Well, right off the bat, I'd like to get the ARPA total fixed. To be fair, those numbers were provided to us. We probably should have double checked that. I don't think anybody did, so let's just make that adjustment. The next item pertains to the salaries in particular. In the last meeting, we voted and it was approved to reduce the salary. However, there was a mistake made in those calculations because the number we were working from was already a reduced number. And in exiting the meeting, we put pen to paper and realized that there was a mistake there. So I would like to bump salaries back up to 200,000. This will also include an amount for those high school interns. They're paid a very minuscule amount. and has a slight buffer built in of about $4,000. The next thing,
Do we need to make each of these, since we're adopting the budget, do we have to make these as actual motions?
We have to.
These changes?
We have to edit the budget before we adopt it, no, sure.
do you want to vote on each one in particular or do them by groups? Like, so I can make a series of changes requested as it's basically a motion in that manner. And we vote.
She can amend her motion and then the question becomes, does the second still stand? And then if so, then you can have a final discussion.
I will amend to state with edits.
Right.
I second.
Just if you change that.
I know, can I?
Okay.
Finish? But thank you for clarifying how the process on this, I appreciate that. With that being said, because we added from the salary reduction to other categories, I'd like to pull that back. So that would be $20,000 from the Parks and Playground line item. That is just their maintenance. We added it there out of sort of precautionary measures for some of the stuff they've got going on, but it can be reduced. And then the other one was the community relations budget. We put 10,000 there. So if we pull that, that will bring us back up to the appropriate amount requested. The other component I do share a concern about the interest income and, without being able to be sure about that, do you have any recommendations for changes there? Can I finish? Can he speak to me, please?
It's hard to say because, and I wanted to clarify a couple of things. When we're talking about interest, I wasn't talking about interest built from your bond that was accumulating over that. What I believe is happening is the interest is not being separated between what is in your reserve general fund and also that bond. And so, you know, that's a category where myself and the financial advisor needs to get in with Jim and make sure we're understanding what the allocation is. So it is sort of a guessing game. I'm not positive, but your general fund is pretty robust. I mean, it's, you know, within what most cities are in having operating expenses, at least within the 6 months category. So, but you are building interest on that. It's just not reflecting, you know, coming through, because I believe it's passing back through into your general obligations revenues. There's nothing being moved into general fund from the combined funds together.
Right.
When you're looking at funds.
But my question was specifically that projected amount of 90,000. Or do we have concerns right now that we need to reduce that in planning?
I think if we look back at the interest that's been accumulating, over the years, and when we look at 22, 23, your interest that was coming in the actual was 70,000. And so, you know, I feel like that was your interest, you know, a couple of years ago. This year is sort of iffy. So like I said, I was telling, Councilman Bailey, you know, you may be with the increased revenue that you've had over that 2-year time span, it may accumulate to that 100,000, but it would be definitely safer if you went back to your 22, 23 actual, which was 70,000 on interest.
Okay.
And that would make sure that you're not going below what that fiscal year was.
Yeah, I'd like to move that reduction at least down.
I really would like to address that eventually, Allison.
I only have one more comment. It's about the projections on the bathroom, specifically in the capital improvements. The grants, we talked about, you know, not supplementing grants and the concerns. We've identified at least 2 grants that we would like to apply for. One of them would take probably about a $50,000 match, and the other one is for $50,000. But all of the quotes we've been getting and kind of what we're looking at looks like it might be more expensive than that. So I would like to bump that up to $50,000 from the capital improvements.
Okay.
And those are all my comments on the budget, so I will turn my time over from my first comment period.
Could I ask for clarification though? On the interest, we're moving it from 90 to 70?
That was what I followed his proposal, yes.
I just wanted to make it clear. Thank you.
You want to speak to?
Okay, yeah, certainly on that one, because, I've had citizens who've talked to me about items in the budget, so that one in particular, I also wanted to talk about franchise fees, but interest income. I believe a more correct amount is around 50,000. Here's what's happened. We had more interest last year because we got the $3.4 million in September, early September. We did not pay Alpha until March. So we had this big bundle of money, earning money. And that's where we got a greater amount of interest through those months. Now, whether it's reflected in here or not, but my calculation was, if we take the money from Alpha, we had $3.46 million. We paid down, on our bond, we paid down 2.6 in March and cumulatively. That leaves us with 815,000. We have around 427,000 from the drainage bond. And if our reserves, I think they're going to be roughly the 300,000, the 6 months reserves. That gives us $1.3 million. Interest earnings right now, we were earning more like 4.2 when we founded the bond, but it's about 3.6 now. So if that balance stays for a year, it's an easy calculation. We're gonna have about an average of 1.3. That's $47,000. I think a more correct amount to allocate for interest income is 50,000. That is, it's not overly optimistic, and I think we can back into it and say, here's how we got there. We think we're gonna average at 1.3 million, current interest rates at 3.6. That's $50,000, not 70.
Wise improvement.
Okay. On another adjustment, I think we should make, and Laura had brought that up, franchise fees. We are projecting, we have collected 92,000 on franchise fees. We discussed this before. Why are we getting so little from Aqua Texas? That wasn't really resolved, but for us to look at 92,000 that we've heard right now, and then project that we're gonna collect 172,000, you know, almost 100,000 more next year in franchise fees. I suggest we bring this down to, we reduce that by about 40,000 using the electric franchise fee of 34, that's fine. Cable franchise, we jumped that up 35,000. I don't know why, so I left that at 25. We are projecting that from the water services, we'll get 45,000. I think that's a good number. Let's leave that. This brings us to 131,000 for franchise fees. So we've reduced franchise fees 40, we've reduced interest income 40. We get down, that brings our total projected budget at 680,000 versus 758,000. I think these are more reasonable numbers. To date, we have collected 595,000. The difference between my 680,000 and $595,000 is $84,000. If we average this out at 54,000 a month, that's about right. Whereas if we go to the 758,000, that's saying in this month, we're collecting 163,000. I think reflecting our actual balances, we need to reduce both franchise fees and interest income by 100,000, by 80,000. So our total revenue will be 680. Then I'll go to one other worrisome category. French. Okay. Total professional services expenses. We have collected, if you can follow that, so far, actual this year, 187,000 are paid out. We are projecting that we're going to spend $303,000 in professional fees. That is 30% of our entire budget. This is really out of line with other cities our size. And we're spending money, let's say on engineering, we're already 20,000 over our $30,000 budget. We've got a proposal on this agenda to spend another 24,000 on engineering. I think we need to take a look at what Mr. Melee had said. Let's spend this like it's our own money. Instead of going, oh, hey, let's just give another 100,000 to franchise fee or to consultants. So anyway, I propose we reduce revenue by about 80,000 and we reduce those contract services to about 20,000. We have, the components of that are rewriting our code for subdivisions. I don't see that we have any subdividable properties remaining. We have a few isolated lots, but to spend 50,000 to rewrite subdivision code, I don't think is necessary. We have in there 50,000 to rewrite our comprehensive plan. Do we need to spend that much money? Is that what the citizens of Wood Creek would want? We have a lot accomplished. We're not like a large city that has freeways to build and things like that. So I think those categories could be reduced, and that's my recommendation.
Can I ask about process again? So when we get to voting, are we voting on your edits?
The only motion, the only thing that is on the floor was her motion that you seconded, and began talking about the ARPA money adjustments and some of the basics. So that is the motion that's on the floor.
Because the reason I'm asking is there may be things that council agrees with in these edits, and there may be things council doesn't agree with in these edits. So I don't know how we parse that out without breaking them into categories.
Go ahead.
So right now, Councilmember Bailey has proposed some reductions in income, but we need a commensurate reduction in spending to be highlighted, which has not been provided.
No, she was removing.
Right, but I'm saying,
Maintenance,
meaning there was not totals identified from specific line items proposed, which we did previously on another one. With that being said, the reduction in interest rate down to 50,000 removes 40,000 from possible expenses. I don't really have a problem with that total. I definitely understand all the logic you put in behind the decisions. We would need, in this process, would then need to highlight specific items we agree to remove it from, right? The next one being bringing the water down. I didn't necessarily agree with the amount you wanted to reduce it. I would recommend instead bringing it down 24,000. Because that's really the amount we have proposed increased, based on the spreadsheet here. So with that in mind, we have 64,000 to find in expense reductions. And that's where, as council members, we would have to agree in changing the budget. But I believe all of the other items, I have not heard any argument, meaning the change in the salary and the shifting that money. Nobody has argued one way or the other there. So I think that stands. So right now, the task would be to find where we would pull those expenses from. And are you okay with those totals? The 40,000 reduction in interest and $24,000 reduction in water franchise? It was the water franchise specifically.
I'm not sure, like, I pulled up Texas Class, which is where all of our money is invested. And it's a different number than what you were saying. It's like over $2 million invested with Texas Class. I did the 3.6% and got 77,500.
So, yeah, that's what I was like, I don't know the numbers she was using. And also the interest rate that I'm seeing right now is still over 4%. Like I just actually looked yesterday because I have investment accounts. So that's why I was like, I don't know how much we can do projections of that because we're also in an election year. So that's kind of weird, like a presidential election that impacts interest rates significantly.
I'm just saying that we may have more higher ceiling.
Yeah,
Yeah, when I look at your investments, and I don't have those in front of me, I don't know, Jim had provided me totals, and when we were looking at calculations, that's why when I went back in your previous year, and I know it's not listed on here, but your previous year, previous to 22, 23, the 21, 22 year was similarly around $70,000 in that. And so that's why my advice was to keep it, if you're going to go to 70, typically cities, unless you have expended out of your general fund or out of your technical reserves, more money, you're typically not making less interest over year. And so it felt like 70 was a safe amount. That's why my recommendation came out of that. But if you were calculating down to the 0.2 million, then I would see where you would need to do that reduction. But based on just the information that I'd seen a couple weeks ago, that's why I tried the 70,000.
yeah. So trying to find a place to pull those expenditures is a little bit difficult. We could reduce comp plan spending because that's just a projection and we don't actually have a company hired to do it. We, the university plan has kind of stalled out, doesn't have a lot of progress. We do know with our new website, we will have the ability to conduct surveys and some of that, process ourselves. So, I mean, I think that's a reasonable place. I do want to back away from the conversation that our code rewrite is for subdivision alone. That's completely false. That is not an accurate representation of that. It's actually land usage, the entire chapter is being looked at. In addition to the fact that we've already discussed this multiple times, that we have large areas of our code that are out of alignment with state code. We have portions of our code referencing non-existent code. We've been repetitively told, even in a public meeting by our attorney, that we have issues in our code. So I just wanted to clarify that misconception, and I don't want to keep spreading that misnomer on that front.
Can I just butt in for just a second because of our conversation Monday with the city of Wimberley?
Oh, yeah.
So, as you probably know, we meet with our counterparts with the city of Wimberley, once a month. And so we had lunch on Monday. They were talking about their comprehensive plan and moving forward with that. They got a $300,000 grant, to do their comprehensive plan which includes the code,
Rewrite.
code rewrite, and the comprehensive plan. So that's something that we can pursue, and they give us some background information.
One other thing that I've been mulling for a long time, and it's a situation that's been back and forth for the last 3 to 4 years easily, and we're not addressing it at this point. It has been told to us that we should have a municipal court if we want to enforce our ordinances. If we choose not to enforce our ordinances, which is kind of where we are at this point, then by all means, don't have a municipal court. But the way it is right now, we have $5,000 for a prosecutor and $0 for municipal court or municipal court costs. And that was there originally, and it's not there now. So basically what we're doing.
Did you miss that meeting when we talked about it?
No, I was here.
Because it's like, if something has to go to court, it's a lot less expensive than that, that we.
Right, I understand. But if all we have is a vacuum, to begin with, then what we're gonna end up with.
We've had municipal court in the budget for years and not had a municipal judge or court, and we're still standing.
We're still standing, but we talked about having it, and then all of a sudden it just kind of went away. But having it there gives us the teeth that we need with our ordinances. Without that, we're basically, and I understand Beverly doesn't have municipal court either, but, and they've talked about it for years too. But we talked about it, said that we would, and then all of a sudden we weren't going to have it.
It wasn't all of a sudden, and specifically this evening, the person responsible for code administration said, we didn't have any violations last month. All we did was issue, some informal conversations, about things going on. So just because you don't like the way your neighbor's property looks, doesn't actually mean they're violating code. And additionally, some of the biggest code violators get a letter and oftentimes will rectify the situation. Now, we do have a couple residents that frequently don't, right? And that's what that prosecutor fee is, because if we have to take the 5 residents who seem to not want to follow the rules regularly to court, that's why we have the prosecutor fee.
And I wanted to verify that you laid out the case.
Yes.
It was what made me change my mind, which is, we're saving, if you could. I'm sorry, I can't hear myself in. Could you just kind of lay out the case one more time for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think I've given advice early on to council about the municipal court. For those who don't know, my background is, in law enforcement, served as chief of police and then moved into city management. So, working with the code enforcement officers of different cities and kind of seeing that transition there, having served as a city administrator in Wimberley for a couple of years and working with this community without a court and kind of understanding how that worked. What I had recommended was the court costs that you had built into the budget were, in my estimation, much, much lower than what you would actually need to pull off a sustainable municipal court. When you look at, hiring a contract judge, you're gonna have to look at the building to house a court, which, you could lease a building, like if you could lease, the precinct 3 courthouse, that may be an option. But if you converted, say, this room to a courtroom, there would be thousands of dollars in security upgrades that are required by state law. You also have to hire a full-time court bailiff or somebody that can contract for that position that is a certified court security official through the state. And so there's a number of expenses that you had built in to the budget that were extremely low. In my conversation with Jim and looking at your code violations over the years, it seemed like for the potential citations, we could identify maybe up to 20 per year maximum that you would actually be receiving a citation throughout your community on. And to expend, $50,000 to $70,000 for 20 citations per year, it didn't seem like that was a very good return on investment for the community. What I suggested to the council was to really work on your nuisance abatement ordinance, giving more teeth to your city attorney, to where when your code enforcement goes out and they work with that citizen, hopefully there's compliance right away. It may take, a couple weeks of back and forth or even a couple months, but generally we want a community to work with the code enforcement officer. But in those rare circumstances where somebody just refuses to do something, beefing up your nuisance abatement ordinance to where then your city attorney gets involved and has some ability to get in either through a civil process or through just having the work done and then putting a lien on the property. You can hopefully abate some of those issues that become, sustainable over time. And it's a much more effective way to address those issues, especially in this community, than, writing a citation to somebody that if you go to a municipal court judge, typically what the municipal court judge's experience is to get the problem fixed anyway. And so if you write a citation and I say, well, hey, you haven't mowed your, property in 2 years, and he goes, well, go mow your property, they mow their property, then he's probably gonna dismiss the citation, but the city has then expended up to that $50,000 over that period of time. And so my advice to council was to remove that and use it for your community in different ways while beefing up your ordinances to where you can pay attention. And that's something that Wimberley does a really good job of, and working with Don Montague and his staff and different things, really trying to address public safety in a way that works for the Wimberley Valley. Now, these type of things may not work if, we were closer to Austin or a bigger city. My advice might be different, but for this valley, I think that's a more sustainable use of your money than keeping it in there to where you're never gonna really have a sustainable court anymore.
Thank you.
Well said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm taking notes for myself, so I might be jumping in and clarifying where we are.
So would it make more sense to take a vote per each suggestion? That way we understand we have a consensus or not, just because this is potentially the final meeting?
I didn't know that we were gonna be piling on, so.
I didn't intend to do that much, but, so the ARPA adjustment,
Yeah, I think if you can kind of go back and then we just list those and have council vote, it'd be easier for Jim and I to keep notes and then rebuild exactly what was passing at the end of this meeting. Would be benefit us, I think.
and this is kind of like an informal consensus on each item, understanding that the actual vote happens at the end, right? Yeah, okay. So the ARPA funds, maybe we could ask if there's objection even, rather.
Is there any objections to having managers adjust the ARPA numbers so they match?
All right, so then the next one proposed was the increase of salary to 200,000 to cover the high school interns, pulling 20,000 from Parks and Playground and 10,000 from Community Relations.
I also just quickly did the calculations to change, health insurance retirement. So there would be corresponding, instead of 20, it would be 21, 1,000, and then 16 for those corresponding payroll taxes. See what I'm saying? Okay, so here we've got 170 with 20,000, which was about 32%. So I just adjusted those payroll tax numbers down. So when we vote, we should vote for 200,000 on salaries, 21,000 for health insurance, 21,000 retirement, 1,000 workers' comp, 350 unemployment, and FICA 16,000. Those are the ratios that would go along with the 200.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we didn't reduce those other subcategories in the last meeting. So those, when you had the original 210, we didn't reduce any of those other subcategories when we moved it to,
But you did
170.
to 20,000.
Mr. Mayor, personal privilege, need a piece of restroom.
So what I'm saying though is, these will actually sustain exactly where it was prior to. And just for council's information, I've talked with Jim about this. There's a really cool sheet that I will provide to the city that when you're looking at personnel expenses, you type in a certain salary and it calculates that across the board for these different categories. This budget year didn't particularly work because we kind of got into it so late, but moving forward, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I don't think we need to adjust those in this category because we never adjusted them down.
But
If anything, they're off by maybe $10,000 because our previous number was 190 and that's where they were at.
Yeah.
So we bumped up 10 grand, but also that's for people who aren't being paid and with a $4,000 buffer, which we could also potentially remove if we were really concerned about.
Yeah.
So any objections to what I proposed, which was the increase to 200,000, removing 20 from Parks and Playground and 10 from Community Relations?
Objection?
So those were kind of just two mistakes to clear up, something that is a new item from me, and I do apologize, but it was dependent on quotes coming to me. And that is the bathroom item. I was asking to move that up to $50,000 from the capital improvements draw. Planning, should council decide to move forward with any of that. And understanding that we do have grants we intend to apply for, but without being able to be sure of that, we can't count on that, you know? So that is my only new addition that is related.
Can I just, so when you're proposing that increase, when you look at your capital funds reserve on 70-1032, you have a balance in that capital reserve of 447.30. So you would then increase that amount from the 268 to include that increase of $15,000 for. So we would increase that amount.
Yes.
To correlate as the revenue venture.
Yes. And it would also be reflected below in the
Right.
back, yeah. The other item we were suggesting was a drop in interest income. You validated a drop to 70,000. We did not have a corresponding change in expenditures related. I would like to remove that 20,000 from the comp plan.
So that's out of the 100,000 contract services.
Mhm.
I, this comment on the 70,000, I still have issues that might be too much. Last year, we said we had 70,000, but we also funded $3.4 million that sat in our account for a few months. We don't have that anymore. I checked other cities, Dripping Springs is projecting 150,000 in income, but they have a $14 million budget. So this is 13% of our income, and I just think, I really do believe that 50,000 is a more appropriate projection for interest income.
Can I ask a question based on this discussion?
Please do.
So you were talking about this interest bearing, and that's where this number of 70 came from. And is the bond inside this interest bearing account? And the interest gets separated out into two sections, is that correct?
It should be.
It's
And
The interest earned year to date, and this is this year, this is as of August 31st, 24. The interest earned year to date on our Texas class is $77,872.50. That is this year after the go bond money had already been taken, after Alpha.
And comparing cities, you have to be careful because we don't, without knowing what Dripping has set up in interest bearing accounts, we have no idea what they're drawing interest off of or not in that number. Because even our city didn't have very much in interest bearing accounts up until about 3 years ago. Like meaning a lot of our money sat in accounts not bearing any interest.
But
as far as, okay, as far as interest, the 77,000, up until March, we had an extra 2.6 million in that account bearing interest. We've spent it now, and we won't have it next year.
For the road,
What?
is that paying for
For the road, yeah, we didn't pay Alpha until March, and we just made the final payment of $260,000 this month. So we had a bigger principal balance.
Do you have a specific item you're proposing to cut spending on that you would like council to vote on?
I would like to question, maybe this be in two parts. Watershed Protection Plan, we're projecting $20,000. We paid $20,000 last year. This matches what Wimberley pays.
We're under contract.
Oh, we can't, because
We have
they're
a
twice
three-year
as big as
contract on
us. So, okay. Well, the thing that I think is high are the professional services expenses. So what, we've got that $100,000.
It's
that we
reduced.
reduced to
Hey,
80.
Based on no objections, we never took a vote of that, but nobody objected to that proposal.
Well, why don't we reduce it to 60?
You have to make the proposal, and if you receive an objection, what are you reducing out of there? The comp plan or the code update?
Could you give me the line number?
The code update.
That's 10-105121 is the, contract services.
So I suggest we reduce the code update by $20,000. That means what, 30? Yeah.
It goes directly against what we were advised, but
I'm gonna object. I'm gonna take our attorney's input seriously, and that he felt that that was low, if anything, because he was saying only one chapter would cost that much with one of these big chapters, and we're talking more systemic.
and Wimberley's literally planning to spend $300,000 on these two things.
Yeah,
And they got a grant, and maybe we can too. There's nothing, we got the contract for that grant, but I'm saying we're planning to spend a third of that amount on the same process.
But we don't have dividable land.
I proved in the last meeting with a large map that is inaccurate.
We've also said it's not just about subdividing land. It's our entire code of ordinances. You know, that we've been talking about it for years now and piecemealing it. So this was a chance to, you know, just get it cleaned up and something that we can work with, you know, and it's like, it's okay, if you don't wanna do that, if you wanna have a bunch of, you know, bad code, then put it off for another year.
And I will say that we've been tearing into volunteers who've been trying to supplement and assist the city on that front, knocking them down for those efforts, telling them that they aren't valid for doing that, even when they have legal review. We've been knocking council members for getting legal review on policies, and I say we, not me. And so I'm just a little bit confused. If we have problematic code that the lawyers have identified that's a problem, and we know we have ongoing issues in our city related to other codes in land use, specifically our process for any of the applications for platting, all of that is very messy. We don't want council members doing it. We don't want volunteers doing it. Paid people must do it, but we're not gonna fund paid people doing it, and I'm just kind of confused where that leads us.
Well, I'm gonna jump in here. I'm up for election. And Deborah and I are kind of the main people who've been digging into the code, trying to get it written so that it abides by state law. And I don't win. I don't want Deborah alone to be writing this stuff. I mean, Brandon, we are going to the city attorney constantly asking all these questions, and that's another part of that budget line. It's like, hey, city attorney, rather than you doing it, let me try to do it myself. And then I present it to the city attorney, and he does a review and goes, looks great. I would change this word here. Great. I've spent my 20 hours of volunteer time for the city because I care about the code, working for the city in the future. Not just now, but for the future. And that work has landed on us as volunteers. And we might be getting tired of doing it. We might.
We did spend 10,000.
You didn't spend 10,000 on me.
Returns for that twice.
I will clear the chambers. Please keep your comments and your noise to yourself.
I'm just trying to say that there's a consideration here, which is a lot of the work has been landing on us. We as volunteers are taking it up because it needs to get done. But there should be a time when we all agree that the professionals might be the best place for this to be done.
Yeah, and we have, I mean, the code update alone, I have like over, God, I haven't counted the pages, but it's well over 20, 40, 50 pages of documentation of code issues, proposed rewrites from the ordinance review committee, from us, working with city planner, from K3s, all kinds of stuff that is sitting ready, but we have to have budget for the attorney to realistically take up this project. So we have countless volunteer hours expended, actual work produced, waiting in a sideline. It's not a projection of what is like down the road, maybe we have a thing. We actually have real problems. And we keep kicking it down the road. I mean, if you have a problem with our code, we're talking about needing to beef up nuisance abatement to be able to, I mean, the logic is so conflicting here, right? Our professionals keep telling us code update needs to happen, code update needs to happen. You don't want volunteers doing it. So what do we do?
Well, I also have a little concern in that, speaking of that, working with our professionals. We've been working with our professionals for weeks and weeks and weeks now. We've had budget workshops, we've got a budget and made minor tweaks, and now we're getting down to like 2 weeks before it's time to pass a budget. And you come up with like these fundamental changes of things we've been talking about already. It's already been talked about. I mean, it was decided, we voted to move ahead. And now it's like, oh, I don't know, maybe not, maybe not. I mean, yeah, if it's, where was all this thinking 6 weeks ago? You know, that's my concern, is it because of the election and you're trying to grandstand a little bit and show off? I don't know, but we need to get this done. And if it takes all night, and it looks like it will, then we gotta get a budget done. And it's just like coming back now and questioning things, so we talked about where the water franchise, what happened with the water franchise fee. Aqua had been paying us for Wood Creek North, for years. Yeah, and they finally discovered, oh, we shouldn't be doing that. You know, it's like they came back and said, well, it's gonna change. And it's like, okay, how much? And so we have been working with them to get a number. We are entitled to a percentage of their revenue within Wood Creek, but not in Wood Creek North. And so we knocked it down.
They also gave us free water, which I know it's not much, but there was some you know what I mean, adjustments, acknowledging the huge reduction in our income. It wasn't just cold-hearted, year cut off kind of deal. I think we've made a nice compromise, listening to interest and bringing down the comp plan. I don't know that we're gonna find another 20,000 in the legal. I'm hearing at least 2 objections on that.
Could we get a very specific, not motion, we're not doing motions, I guess. So last I have is my notes. We are currently on interest being reduced from 90 to 70.
Yes.
And we're looking for the 20 and the 20.
From the comp plan.
Right.
So that has been without objection thus far. And the new proposal is taking the 70 to 50.
Right.
Which we have to pull an expenditure somewhere. And I'm just here to say, I think the legal is the wrong place to pull it.
I'm actually just gonna come straight forward, like. Mike Buzzard's given us this number from, I'm sorry, Sir Kelly's. From the existing numbers that we have, he feels good with them. I'll probably object to any reduction to 50, just from that point of view.
To 70.
70.
From 70 down.
I would,
What
yeah,
he said.
I would probably object if it went lower than 70 because the actuals are 77. So 70 is a conservative number. Okay.
And I would just like to highlight that we are underspending still at this point in time, despite concerns of blowing past our budget. So we actually do collectively, for the last 3 years, have a pretty solid grasp on what we're doing. And maintaining a low tax rate, maintaining a balanced budget that we're operating within, minus emergencies, obviously. The ice storm was one. So I think we could actually take a breath and understand that we have gone to the lowest tax rate possible already. We're not overtaxing our citizens. So that's good. And while we haven't taken that vote, that's what this is projected on, right? And there's always the budget amendment process if we end up off on anything. And most of these things, they're not guaranteed expenditures. These are plans, wish lists, things that may or may not happen. I mean, we haven't consistently spent all of or overspent in any of our line items with any kind of regularity. We pretty much tend to kind of overestimate on that front. And I personally feel pretty safe where we're at. I mean, we're in alignment with spending over the past couple years, you know, I mean, we haven't blown anything out of the water in any serious way. And, you know, we could look at our capital projects, but that's not even related to the things we're trying to cut right now. I mean, that potentially comes out of reserve. So I don't see any need for further change, to be honest.
In that particular category, we actually did overspend. Because of the professional services. You know, one of the.
Yeah.
We're talking about, I think what Mayor Pro Tem Hines was talking about is the overall budget. When we get through the year with a surplus.
Yeah.
You know, every year.
And speaking of the engineering issues, we had a problem where Mr. Rule gave the engineers really bad direction and they brought forth several projects they worked on for a very long period of time that we were never gonna be able to pass because they were given bad preparation. So we can't take that expenditure back, but I would say that we do have better management plans in place right now than what we were operating with under Mr. Rule. I mean, the issues with the posting of things online is directly related to the job performance there. And we're doing the best we can, you know, with a bunch of volunteers. Cause you know, my bill is probably about 100,000 right now for the year personally.
All right, we have no objection on the adjustment of the ARPA number. We have no objection to raising the salary amount to 200,000. And taking that $30,000 difference from parks maintenance at 20,000 and community relations at 10,000. There was no objection to raising the amount for the side bathroom from 35 to 50, and that would be allocated from the reserve budget. Go for that. So it seems like the only thing really in question is the interest.
So I will compromise on that for the sake of getting this done.
Okay, so from 90 to 70 and that 20K coming from the council. Okay, so those are the changes we've asked to make to get to the final budget. All right, so do we want to vote on these as a group? Do we said that that's what we're going to do?
If you can confirm her, that that's her motion incorporating the adjustments mentioned, and then confirm that the second still stands.
I can confirm those are the suggestions I feel comfortable with.
And I second, so.
All right, so with that done, we'll vote on these changes to the budget. Please signify your I vote by raising your hand and saying aye. Nays? All right, 3 ayes, 2 nays. The motion passes. We'll make those changes to the budget. All right, the main, does that cover, do we need to vote?
I think it covers the main.
Yeah, so it
Yeah,
covers the
but-
motion on number 7, so
All of numbers.
we've adopted the ordinance. All right,
So that wasn't an amendment, that was just.
Incorporated, right, along with the approval.
Did we need to vote on the amendment for, to add as edited? Okay.
okay.
Yes.
And a roll call?
Yeah, we have to.
Want to do
On
that?
the tax vote?
On the tax bill for
Yes.
next
Yeah,
meeting,
because
we
of the
have to.
worksheet, yeah.
Yeah.
If I could, real quick, is this strictly the tax rates?
Next meeting.
Yeah,
You do the budget first.
yeah, and
And
then
then-
tax.
Is Tom still on the line?
Oh, Lord.
Let me peek, he was 10 minutes ago. He is, sir. Hi, Tom.
Oh, there he is. Galward.
Hello.
Bringing up item number 8, discuss and take possible action, request scope of work analysis and cost estimate for the projects related to pedestrian mobility, citywide drainage, safety enhancement program phase 2, and other capital improvement planning topics from our engineering firm, Freeland Turk, not to exceed 24,000. This is yours, Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to request a scope of work analysis and cost estimate for projects related to pedestrian mobility, citywide drainage, a safety enhancement program phase 2, and other capital improvement planning topics from the city of Wood Creek's engineering firm, Freeland Turk, not to exceed $24,000 in total services for this planning work.
A second?
Seconded by Councilman Richardson.
And that full thing is on my proposed motion on the cover sheet. I just struck the first section.
Okay.
To introduce this item on page 61 in your packet, you do have a cover sheet. It goes into more in-depth description onto what those items listed in the main motion were. And for the public who maybe doesn't have that in front of them, it's a draft proposal for pedestrian mobility improvements with a right-of-way and easement map. So that's something that Mr. Turk suggested to us as a way to get that pedestrian mobility project feasibility understanding going, and so that we didn't necessarily have to pay another land surveying company. They can provide those types of services for us, but also what he remarked on was that we don't need to go to that level yet. In fact, that they can use the Hayes pad and things like that. So that's one component that council has expressed interest in collectively. The next one is the citywide drainage review project with the town hall to gather resident input and concerns with a focus on green infrastructure solutions. So this directly relates to work the INM panel has suggested to Freeland Turk. Specifically, the council has to authorize these kind of expenditures and things. We can't just, advisory boards can't call town halls. So that's kind of a cleanup there to honor that request of theirs. Notice I did put the focus on green infrastructure because as we have found repetitively that the gray infrastructure is way past our budget. And I'm not sure where we could ever find funding for that kind of efforts. So while they might still present some gray infrastructure as necessary, right, in key areas that I'm asking for them to look at green infrastructure possibilities for us in promoting that plan. The next one is a safety enhancement program, phase 2, looking at additional measures for traffic calming, safety improvements. And this is not including but not limited to Champion Circle, Brook Meadow, and Augusta Drive and their respective offshoot cul-de-sacs. The reason why those roads are highlighted or named specifically is because We've addressed safety enhancement on the other roads in the city. These are the main thoroughfares that would not have had projects related to them. Champion Circle specifically, we originally had thought about putting a radar sign on it. We moved that radar sign collectively by vote. So this was kind of a way to honor that previous council intention there. Also, we've been talking about if any additional speed system could be warranted. This would be a way to look at that, and kind of give them a way to provide those kind of suggestions to us. The next one is the capital improvements plan, including but not limited to a basic cost analysis and schedule for citywide regular road maintenance and other infrastructure demands. This is a program that's lacking in the city and has actually been lacking for a very long time. It's one of the key components that we keep getting told by professionals that we must have, because the best way to fund capital improvements is to have plans on how to fund them and have those plans published, because that's how you carry forward with any kind of sinking funds or any of those, funding plans that you have. And so we lack that. And while we have a board of volunteers who potentially should have taken it up before and didn't quite get to it, and now we have some that this is kind of on their agenda, this kind of road maintenance plan is actually pretty standard process for city administrator to draft and for them to work with the city and engineers informing based on the kind of the integrity of the existing roads. Obviously, we're kind of at zero right now, right? We've got a great base level, but that's the kind of thing that it would actually be between the engineers and city administrator typically moving forward, is to look at those city plans, review and update them periodically and suggest updates to council on those fronts. So that's why I wanted to put that back on the engineers, because I really do feel that it's best in the hands of the professionals. So that is a solid summary of the intention of this item. I know it might be kind of confusing because we're in this budget year, but the money talked about in this is actually trying to plan for next budget year. So we might need to specify that this is for like the next fiscal year. That's where that spending was kind of intentionally supposed to be coming from. Based on the fact that I'm not sure any of this is gonna jump off right now in this next month, you know what I mean? And, or if we're already generating bills, I don't know how to designate that planning aspect.
You have comments on this?
I've got a summary of what was just discussed. I think I got pretty good idea of what you want. And I'll begin to put some task orders together with a scope and fee and a schedule. I'm sure I'll have some questions along the way, and I'll work with Jim and the council to get those answered. But I mean, I think I have enough direction for now.
Do you feel like the quantity allocated respectively for each kind of initial plan is accurate? I mean, I had a hard time, I was trying to go based on, or kind of what we've spent on the work you've done. And so it was a bit of a rough estimate, and trying to stay with what we're budgeting as well.
So let's go through each one of these. The pedestrian mobility improvements, that's essentially a master plan effort, much like the drainage effort. It starts with some public involvement, like a town hall meeting. And then, we're going to have to do some planning citywide based on what we hear. And then knowing where those pedestrian facilities might be, that's when we do some research on the easements and what might be available to us in terms of routes. And then, come up with a plan. I'll put together a step-by-step process that we think is appropriate for, what you're looking for. That's the one effort on this list that is probably going to cost a little bit more money, and we might not be able to do it collectively for that 24,000. But let me, dive into that scope of work and pull something together and bring it back and let's talk about it. Same thing with the drainage. We're not sure how big that project is, so I want to have that initial town hall to kind of get my arms around the scope of it before we can pull together, some kind of scope and fee, based on the entire effort. The steps that we go through are going to be pretty similar to the pedestrian improvements. So I want to spend a little more time getting that scope together. The safety enhancement is not a significant effort. And the capital improvements plan, which is basically a street maintenance plan, that is not what I would consider a significant effort either. That's probably a $5,000 to $10,000 item, probably on the low side. So it's A and B that we need to explore the scope of work and the steps and come to some kind of understanding between us as to how much you want to do and how we can keep those costs down.
My comments on this, we had a meeting of the infrastructure and mobility panel yesterday. And in part, Tom was there, we talked about having City Hall. We were planning that. I pulled up the ordinance for that when we formed the infrastructure and mobility group. And some of what that group was assigned to do was a road maintenance plan, a fiscal capacity plan for future improvements, drainage and flood mitigation plan, a pedestrian mobility plan, a traffic calming plan. And conducted additional studies. We took about 4 months to get this ordinance together. Our committee has 3 engineers. And they're volunteers, but they are committed to doing these kinds of things. This seems to be usurping the ability of the panel to do its job. And I've don't become discouraged and just say, well, why should we do this if the city is then just going to override our ability to do something? And I also think with right now we have budgeted 30,000 for engineering. This is 24,000. And with the costs that I've seen, I don't think it'll spread that far. It just seems like a drop in the bucket to get something started. And so it just seems in a more equitable way. And we talked about saving money. We've got volunteers who have expertise. And why don't we tap into that talent rather than take their power away from them?
I would just like to point out that nobody's taking any power away from anybody. The volunteers still do volunteer work, but they are, and they may be engineers, but are they trained and are they as good or better, than our city engineers? We have our city engineers to assist with the kind of work that INM is doing, not to usurp it. I mean, it's a team effort, not us versus them.
It just
I would like to comment, because I was actually one of the key individuals who wrote that ordinance, so I'm very aware of what it says. I think there's a misconception here that the engineers would cut out volunteers. There's nothing to say that council couldn't refer any work they produce back down to the INM panel for input. What this does, though, is authorize the spending to support the INM panel. Because while the INM panel does have the authority to consult with the engineers, they don't actually have the authority to direct the engineers or spend money in that fashion. So the engineers actually need direction from council about upcoming projects we would like them to focus on. All of these projects are also directly tied to the budget we just passed, and we are going to need some kind of documents created. Now, are volunteers willing to draft massive maintenance plan documents, or would they prefer to review a maintenance plan document drafted for them? Because our previous city manager's viewpoint on the road maintenance plan in particular was that it was his role to write it, and unfortunately it never happened. And then, you know, it makes sense for volunteers to give input on things professionals have drafted. It's like whenever we have an ordinance, you know, it comes from legal at some point, and then we give further input. So this is actually kind of backing these efforts. It's not meant to cut them in half. I will say, in addition, that the IMM panel has actually struggled for membership and to make quorum and meetings. So it's not like this panel has been charging ahead on full steam engines. It's actually been kind of rockily struggling to get off the ground. So I don't want to put off these major works. Some of them are actually required in our comp plan as well. Any further, I'd like to get some progress on them.
But just to comment on that, we're struggling. We lost 2 members, one who had open heart surgery, who's a member of this community, and another with health problems. And these volunteers have been diligently hanging in there and waiting to do their job. And I think we've added another member. So, it just seems that, here's what I thought the process was, and the committee thought it was. We have a committee, we're signed with, let's say, a pedestrian mobility plan. We discuss that, they discuss it, they use their talents to come up with something, and then they recommend it to the city. And then the city says, okay, and we're gonna give you supplemental help with the engineers. Instead of saying, no, you can only do this section. And one of these very specific ones was the town hall, right? We discussed this.
Yes, but they can't call a town hall. We are the only people authorized to call a town hall.
No, but that's what, then they take that recommendation. In fact, I can't report on it until next time, but that was their recommendation. And we were talking with, that to ask the city. if
So I'm
they could approve
confused.
town hall.
This is in alignment with their recommendation, but you don't support it because it came a day after the recommendation.
No, it's paying somebody to do what we've got volunteers that are volunteering to do. So, okay, that's my point on it.
As she was talking and as Ms. Hines was talking, seems to me that a grassroots effort would be expeditious and also would be wise to start it within the city. These are people that really know the city pretty well. And then from there, give it to Turk to actually flesh that out possibly. But we know this city better than Turk does. And these particular individuals who are on the INM committee know it pretty well as well. If we were to allow them to take the ball and run with it to the degree that they can and then pass it off perhaps to Turk, it may be actually less work for Turk at that point because they will have really spoken and really gotten to the crux of whatever each one of these problems or each one of these things are in the item descriptions. So I think the INM would do a better job to begin with and then give it to Turk after that.
I think there's some real confusion on what this item is presenting, actually. What this item is presenting is for them to give us an understanding on the scope and cost of what these projects could mean for us. So before we have volunteers spend months developing plans that the engineers still then have to review and give us a scope and a plan for executing, I'm asking that we go ahead and authorize our engineers to provide us with that understanding so that we may make educated decisions in regards to how we direct our volunteers' time, how we spend money. I mean, some of this stuff might come back and we might realize this isn't feasible at all, at least not in the next 10 years with the debt we already have. Or it might come back and say it's feasible, but let's get our volunteers to focus on this component, right? And so I think there's a general misunderstanding of what this item is proposing to do. It's literally just asking our engineers to come up with some basic plans on how we would do this stuff and what it could possibly cost us. And yeah, that does cost money to have them do that. But the reality is that if we move forward with any of these, we still have to do that.
Yeah, and also, you know, when we come up with a detailed scope of work, you can review that and decide that you might want to do certain items to save money. And you may decide, you know, you don't want to do certain items. So we'll have somewhat of a menu there for y'all to look at.
Thank you. You said detailed plans, we're not at that stage yet. We're asking for scope and the possible cost of, if you were to do this, this is what it would probably cost. If you were to do this option, this is what it would probably cost. And it's kind of a breakdown so that council could then turn around and go, okay, can't do that for another 5 years, but this one, look at this one, we can move, okay, I get moving on this part. Or that's how I understood this to be, and it's just to give us the simple options and how much it costs. Because we all saw what happened is, I'm not dishing it at all, it was about direction. When we got that drainage project that was given to us, and it was like $10 million for one little section of road, and we're like, oh, no, we don't have that ability. So it's the engineers giving us okay, we understand what you're looking for. These are some options, and these are the costs for those possible options. And we still might end up going, we can only do one of them.
Yeah.
Which is sad, until we get grants, and which is what we hope to get.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Just the way I look at it is that, you know, Tripp and Freeland, they're just gonna be giving us like a blueprint, you know, and I don't think it expedites anything at all if we start with INM, because, you know, they could be going down these paths, which again, would cost way more money than we can afford. So we get this blueprint from the engineering firm, and that way this directs the panel to just do what, you know, what they can prioritize and like what the city can afford. So I would kind of go for that.
I still struggle with the thought that this is like counting out the volunteers. Well, and I don't, like, I know that Tom has, sat in on INM meetings, has, you know, tried to work closely with the panel and worked with the Platinum Road. I mean, it's like they've been there for the volunteers. And it's just like, I don't see that as being that different.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, I mean, I've listened to every report you've given. I've paid attention. That's actually kind of where this item came from, because what I heard was that the INM panel was unsure if we should pursue some of these even, right? And they were kind of recommending town hall to get feedback on whether or not citizens even want it. So to me, it's like, why would we ask them to spend a whole bunch of time making things they don't personally believe in or feel invested in, right? So also, we're in the middle of reviewing our comp plan and trying to assess what residents want. And one of the biggest knocks we got when I tried to move pedestrian mobility forward last year was no clear understanding of what the plan would be. And that how could we start acting? And we needed somebody to get a plan on what roads and all these things. So I feel like every step I take is met with a wall of opposition that doesn't necessarily have roots grounded in solid logic and is more of a pivoting wall of contains. And if we don't want pedestrian mobility in our city, I fail to see where that's documented, because in our comp plan, it's well documented, and the land use town hall we had, it was well documented. Every day when I'm roaming the streets, I see people out, you know, so I'm trying to move forward on some of these topics, things we're budgeting for, things we have volunteers lined up to work on. We don't have a clear plan, and we need a plan, and we need the experts to give us the plan.
Here's a really good example of how I think there's a disconnect and we've got two members of the I&M committee here. We were kind of directed to do a town hall to find out what drainage issues there are. The committee first said, let's ask the engineers where our primary drainage issues are. Then the engineers came back and said, how about you go to a town hall first? And in fact, at yesterday's meeting, the comment was made, these citizens will have their pictures. You're gonna save us a great deal of money rather than us researching the whole project. That the best way is for you to have your town hall. And Turk was going to, participate, help us with exhibits. So we were in this process. And now this one says citywide drainage review project to gather resident input concerns with a focus, and that's new. So,
You left off town hall.
That's your packet from the meeting.
okay, so, it seems like you are you're paying someone for something that just then preempts what we've done. Are we supposed to they're supposed to wait and come back? And what you just said, they were confused about things. We've got two engineers out there that were not confused. They put together a plan and we've got the documents here. This just seems like you're wasting engineering time. Also, I just don't see how a capital improvements plan can be done for $6,000 or where we're going with this. Anyway.
It's a road maintenance, a capital maintenance plan, meaning right now, we're trying to figure out how to fix City Hall. Well, guess what? For the last decade, we have not planned financially for that. We put it on a budget, not done it, and none of that money goes away. So until we have a plan for capital improvements and plans, we can't create sinking funds or plans in our budget for it. All of this stuff has to be documented in advance in order to save up money over time. And so by drafting a capital and maintenance plan that involves all capital assets that the city owns, we could have a real way to finance like a City Hall expansion, should we ever really move into that, right? We have a way to finance if the gazebo takes another hit and the insurance claim can't cover it, or, we've got to pull funds randomly for things. Instead of constantly being reactionary, I'm attempting to get us to a plan of planning for the future, for the next 20 years.
And we have a remaining balance on road money that the panel believed would be part of what we could put together for a road maintenance plan. If we maintain our roads, we'll extend the life. And that's why we had this panel, and the participants are familiar with road work, with engineering cost, with development. So it just seemed like the purpose of this was not to get involved in an overall planning, but to do this segment of our road work and our maintenance. Same with, there was 25,000 allocated for a pedestrian mobility plan. We had that last year, we didn't use it. It's in the budget again. Why do we need the engineer to draft a pedestrian mobility improvements right away?
But this has been on the books now from road committee, platinum panel, the I&M, and it languishes. So the money's been in there for you to spend. And it just hasn't happened. It's been kicking it down the road, so to speak.
I'd like to call for the vote, please.
Okay. All right. The motion on the floor is to request a scope of work analysis and cost estimate, projects related to pedestrian mobility, citywide drainage, safety enhancement program, phase 2, and other capital improvement planning topics from the city's Wood Creek engineering firm, for a total of $624,000 in total services for this planning work. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand, saying aye.
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 All opposed, nay? All right, item number 9, Ms. Daly is here, discuss and take further action to consider the remediation of driveway approaches on Brook Meadow Drive as discussed at the January 24th, 2024 city council meeting.
Okay, let's see. Let's start with the motion. I move that the driveway approaches located at 16, 17, 18, and 20 Brook Meadow Drive be considered for remediation.
I'll second that.
Okay, on January 24th, 2024, an agenda item was presented for remediation of driveway approaches in Wood Creek after the 2023 Wood Creek Road project. There were 8 driveways selected later as a part of the safety enhancement program. I found several properties adjacent to one of the selected properties on Brook Meadow that appeared to be the same condition as the selected driveways. Griffin Turk said that they did not select the driveways, that they were chosen by city council or members of city council. I would like to try to define what criteria was used in that selection to determine if these 5 driveways also qualified for the remediation work. Now, I do not agree that the remediation should be done. However, a vote was taken, majority rules, minority rights. But if these 8 are done, then I also want to know, out of equity, why are the additional roads not being paved?
Just to give you a little, remind you of some background, Councilmember Hambrick, Member Tim Hines, myself, looked at every driveway in the city. We brought that information back, we compiled, we looked at the worst cases, there were cases all over that we could say, yeah, this was never part of the plan, that was never good, and it was sort of boiled down to the 5 or so worst cases. We brought those forward and said, we need to do something about that, however we can do it. We talked to Alpha, met specifically, Mr. Burton's met specifically with Alpha to see if they would do it, said no. Mr. Rule told us we were done. We agreed that it wasn't done well, but we're done according to Mr. Rule. So that being the case, we still feel like we need to protect our roads, from these bad transitions. So that's why they were on there. These, I don't know how you did the research to find these 5 and why it's these 5, and so we looked at these roads, we made notes, we
These
took
were
pictures.
part of the January original proposal.
I know, actually, so what you are referencing in January was a discussion submitted by Mr. Hamburg alone, who discontinued participating in the subcommittee at one point. So he did not attend any of the future, he attended 1 half day of driveway review. The rest of the meetings he didn't attend. I apologize, but that was the matter. In January, he submitted a discussion item with no action to be taken, where a bunch of pictures taken by staff, not the subcommittee authorized by council, were presented to council to look at. In fact, most of those driveways had no actual issues. It was a massive compilation of driveways with differences. And council has access to all of those photos, and they're in that packet. What happened is that subcommittee continued to work. And then we issued a report that was given to council and voted on. That report discussed the reasons for those driveways. Now, right now, I believe this item is actually to discuss proposing additional driveways, not that previous report. If you'd like to reference the previous report, it's in an open meeting. So I think it ends there. As far as why driveways were chosen, we went into great detail and we all voted on that. And you specifically advocated that we limit the amount of driveways, which in honoring that request, listening to you and validating you, I reduced the amount of driveways we ultimately put in the report to approve based on your concerns. So that's how you ended up with the 5 that we ended up with, because yes, we could have made additional suggestions. The primary focus on all of this has been the tie into the road and whether or not it is hazardous. So if you would like to conduct the same kind of report throughout the entire city and submit to council for consideration based on the same things that were considered in that report, that's one thing. And I will say that if you're, based on the driveways you selected, if you're concerned about driveways ending 15 feet off the road and a gravel approach without potholes being there, fine, there's a whole bunch on Champion Circle too. You're looking at probably closer to 20 to 25 addresses you're proposing to change. And remember, your cost of asphalt and all of those things was pretty high. So that was one of the reasons why those longer approaches weren't looked at more in depth, because you advocated not to pave that far back because it surpassed any responsibility that the city could possibly have.
The argument was that even 15 feet surpassed. But what I'm looking for was the criteria, and you're saying that's that, I couldn't find it. What date? Was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't prepare your work for you.
So, one of the things that
Really?
one of the things that I looked at from the very beginning, when I called it remediation, partially was usually about 12 to 15 inches, because there were some very capricious markings done by Alpha when they went, the day before they actually did the paving, they used orange spray paint with their roller, rolled down the street, and in some places, they went straight from grass to grass, basically, about 12 to 15 inches, and that was all. But there were some places where they didn't do that. What they did instead was as they were going down the street, they turned right in with about 12 to 15 inches, right to, it wasn't 10 or 15 feet, it was 12 to 15 inches that we saw over and over again. And those aren't really included here, but those are the ones that I would have wanted to be there. There's one right on your street, on the other side of the street that I've seen, where they went in 15 inches and it looks beautiful. But then you go down another couple of houses and they didn't do that. Very capricious. And that occurs.
That was the point.
The point.
But those houses, I don't think are being included in this particular, what happened in terms of the remediation.
Well, what we had said, is that if any, these were the ones that looked like the biggest hazard, the biggest damage to our roads that we put down, people going back and forth because it was not, they didn't make it the transition. These are the ones that were the worst culprits. Y'all came and said, well, what if somebody, comes up and said, well, how come my driveway wouldn't? Well, they have every right to come to the city and present, and say, hey, listen, listen, this is the damage that it's doing because it was poorly done. They have every right. We didn't see it. I mean, when we made the selections, we picked the worst ones and said that we're gonna fix it and we're gonna, we're approved to use bond funds to do it. And just have it done. If there's others that neighbors come and say, we'd like you to look at ours. If you want to have these 5 looked at, do the same research. I mean, just show where it is a hazard you know, to our road and to the resident, because Alpha did not make the connection. You know, that's, you know, it's almost like, this is not something that people are being picked and chosen for, you know, for better treatment than others. These are just the worst cases that we're trying to fix. And if there's others out there that need fixing, then we'll take them as they come.
I've attached the report for you all in an email via BCC, so you can see what we're looking at. These driveways have potholes in their approaches. They have road base and road edging that was left behind due to the capricious nature of marking. These are not good transitions that are just gravelly or don't meet the concrete driveway 15 feet off. These are actually really bad transitions that did not get the same treatment as the rest of the city. And I mean, the report actually goes into detail with all of the questions that you have. You have it in your email.
So
What was Wood Creek chosen? Who Wood Creek?
So I haven't had a chance to talk yet on this item. So
Go ahead, Mr. Roman.
thank you. I wanted to bring back to the point, the main question you've asked is, what was the criteria? What I remember in the initial report and seeing the pictures of those roads that we ended with 5 was they literally, every time they go in and out of their driveway, they are hurting the road that we just installed. And we needed to address how to make sure that that road just doesn't keep peeling away further, because it's our investment. And that was the criteria. It was a very strict, narrow criteria. And I don't see that in these images, or I don't see that presented here as this is why I present these particular roads to be addressed. Now granted, I live in Brook Meadow. These are my neighbors, and I would love to have a presentation that kind of took this, like reintroduced the other items that we saw in the initial subcommittee's package and go, okay, maybe we need to expand some of these other choices, and then we build another little package, and we maybe, as council decides to move forward with that. But I don't know where this was going. Like, are we building another big package? Is that your goal with these?
Yeah, and to see if, there's where they're located, they're all adjacent, and the situations seem to be the same. So I'll take mayor's advice and review, pull up the same criteria, and try to understand what you're saying, that the transitions were causing damage to our existing road.
To the brand new road that we just put in. That was the criteria that council decided, like, okay, we'll narrow it down to these 5, or these are the ones that are hurting the road every time they go into their driveway.
You need to watch the meeting, but it was part of the discussion. I don't believe it's in the written report. The written report focused on existing road base being left behind, because it was part of what the work was supposed to do, was remove all of that road base, that edge that was eroded and hanging out there. And so these addresses, every single one of them has gaps that range from, you know, a pothole that's 2 to 3 inches big to 6 inches. And one of the driveways has a pothole that goes beyond her toddler's knees. Like, the road drops that far. It never connected to her driveway after the road work. And I'm not gonna get into engineering recommendations, because none of us are engineers and professionals have been hired for that. The one thing that you did just try to talk about that's very important is number 2. You had a question about that on Wood Creek Drive. That's not related to that ad hoc committee's work. And the only person that can answer that is Mr. Turk, if he's still online.
No.
Mayor?
He turned off his camera. Dig down in my. Yeah, he's there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
You had a question for the engineer?
Oh, the selection of 2 Wood Creek Drive. That was a cement driveway lip, and that wasn't part of our paving project. How did that get included?
all of the driveway locations were provided to us by the city council. We did not select.
Typo or something? I don't know. I don't have what she's referencing. I just heard her question and I knew that it wasn't in the report that we submitted. So if it's in your project proposal, I'm unclear, and I gotta be honest, I missed it if it was there, but, you know, that's possible. We all make mistakes.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, could I worked real close with John from Alpha when they were doing that part of the road. That last part of Brook Meadow was one of the last things they did. I had the opportunity to go over at the other areas that done it, and I said, well, what are you allowing? And this might answer your question. He said that he had built in a 24-inch threshold. Then the other thing is, and Mr. Turk will verify this, if they cleaned it out, they would clean out the debris or loose gravel. And then it's called a thickened edge. So that when you do back out onto it, it doesn't crack the road. That was the only thing they had to do. And John was doing that. And on the ones I went over to some of my senior neighbors, I said, please take care of them. And we marked it and they did it. And we didn't have a problem with edges. They came out great. And I think it's that somewhere along the line, and this was near the end of Todd, nobody was looking. Nobody was checking John out, because John was the kind of guy, I think, kind of got after him, you go, it don't work.
But that's the whole point.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we looked at.
But I want you to know, he
That's what
said it's
Mr.
24-inch threshold.
That's
That's
what
what he put
Mr.
out.
Henry was saying, then 24, I mean, if they'd done the 24 inches, none of these would be a problem.
Thank you.
None of these we would not be looking at fixing any of these if they had done their job.
That's right.
And then when we went back to them and said, hey, you know, it'd be great if you did your job, they said, no, it's too late, you know, rule signed off.
So can you, on August 8th, I believe, is the bid package, which we all reviewed and voted on, and nobody brought up number 2 Wood Creek Drive then, so I'm not the only person that potentially missed that error. Can you tell us where you found that in the packet? Because I'm trying to reference it right now to give Mr. Turk a little bit more context to answer the question you posed tonight.
okay, in the safety enhancement program, they started talking about the driveways. And it was the final one. And it's 2 Wood Creek Drive. That's a circular driveway. The front end is a cement apron going to match up with the asphalt.
I'm asking for,
Excuse me, but Wood Creek Drive?
that's right.
Wood Creek wasn't part of this whole, this was.
I know.
Alpha, the
That's
rest
why I
of
was
it.
wondering.
So just scratch
Number 2.
number 2, there's no reason, we didn't even look at Wood Creek Drive because it wasn't new pavement.
But I'm trying to find in the packet where it's at because I'm concerned there's a typo.
Well, it's still
You know
Wood
what I
Creek
mean?
Drive.
No, I understand. I'm worried there is a typo there, meaning there's some kind of confusion
Okay, well,
in the
let's-
packet, but we don't have a
We're
page
not
number.
gonna find that now. It's not to Wood Creek.
Well, it showed that and the golf course, and patching the golf path. So that's probably just a mistake. It shouldn't be in there.
Okay.
All right.
So, we have barely gotten through half the agenda. We have a long way to go. It's already 10:00. Can we move forward, please? So I'll call for a vote on number 9 to consider the remediation of driveway approaches on Brook Meadow Drive as discussed at the January 24th, 24 city council meeting. All in favor, signify by raising your hand saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. All right, the nays have it. I just want to add, that, you know, what we're talking about, is that, you know, go back and, I mean, if you want to bring it back with, you know, the same kind of criteria that went to the first group, please do.
Council, I found it. I'm gonna send it to y'all. We did miss it. I'm gonna give you the description. If we need to clean it up and remove it from the bid package, we can. I'm not sure how that one got in there. I don't know if that was a direction maybe Kevin gave on the side too, because if it came from the city and Kevin added something, that's very possible. He didn't include me in those meetings. I have no way to verify that.
I started in two Wood Creek jobs.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, so,
Next.
item number 10, discuss and possible action to authorize Mr. Burton to select a vendor to provide excess debt collection services for the city. Councilmember Hines.
I move that we authorize Jim Burton to enter into a contract with a debt service collection agency.
Second.
Mr. Hambrick with the second. I want to.
I mean,
we talked about
honestly,
this, but,
Mr. Bays could probably better explain this, as this was an action related to direction he requested, so.
Yeah, well, when we were pulling out the, tax rate worksheet with the county, there'd been a question asked about, how much debt collection the city had in the previous year. Looking, there's no documentation that the city has engaged a third-party firm to collect, debt that is bad. So for instance, if a property maybe is foreclosed on or the homeowner is failing to pay their property taxes, there's nobody to operate in the city's behalf to collect the past due amounts. Now, the county will be acting on their behalf to do that, and they may do it, just because they're nice sometimes for you, but typically cities engage a third-party firm to make sure that their excess debt collection has, their best interest represented. And so that's what I pointed out is, it may be beneficial for Wood Creek to have, somebody that would represent the city in those cases. And hopefully they're very limited year to year, but typically you don't pay them unless they are collecting the debt, and then they would get a portion of the debt.
that was my question. You answered it. Right. That clear to everyone? All right, so, I think we can take vote. All in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, amazing.
All right, item number 11, discussion take possible action to amend 32.01 of the Wood Creek Code of Ordinances, Title 7 Traffic Code, Chapter 70 Traffic Schedules, Schedule 2 Stop and Yield Intersections. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move that we amend chapter 32.01 of the City of Wood Creek Code of Ordinances, Title 7 Traffic Code, Chapter 70 Traffic Schedules, Schedule 2 Stop and Yield Intersections.
I second.
In your packet, you will see a proposed ordinance. This ordinance copies ordinances from years past in form and content. It seeks to align the city's code with the plan approved to move forward in the bid package with Freeland Turk. It mirrors the proposed stop sign changes there. I also had to remove a stop sign that no longer exists in the city. That had nothing to do with that. That was technically still in here. It was like, I was actually a yield sign or something. So that is also removed out of here. Because that was just a leftover code error that nobody ever cleaned up, even though they removed the yield sign on Brook Hollow at some point. I think that's where it was. Anyway, this also doesn't regulate yields. I mean, you're not really supposed to regulate any of these other signs. It's supposed to just be stop signs, but that was the only one that was an error. Anyway, I don't really have much to add. Council passed this ordinance originally. We passed a change that staggered the stop sign. We were given direction by the experts that that wasn't the best plan, even though that was an effort to compromise with council members who did not like the three-way stop plan. And so this goes back to the original three-way stop plan.
And remove that.
It did do that, yeah, and I can find that, so it's not a concern.
Yeah, well, I just got a short comment. Didn't like it then, don't like it now. That's it.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, we'll vote. All in favor, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. All right. Number 12, we'll take, discussion and possible action on directing Mr. Burton to award the land management contract to Brent Renterland improvements following the closing of the request proposals for the services on August 31st. And authorizing Mr. Burton to enter into a contract with Renterland improvements not to exceed $20,000 annually, spanning several budget line item categories related to the service. So that's under my name. I would prefer not to make the motion. Somebody would like to put that for me, please.
I move that we authorize Jim Burton to engage in a land management contract with Bruner Land Improvements not to exceed $20,000 annually.
Second.
Did somebody else second?
I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so seconded by Mr. Crummer. I have, I've had the opportunity to meet, Mr. Bruner. A very, obviously hardworking, polite, young guy. He's got, maybe a farm full of equipment, I don't know, but he presents very well. He can represent the city very well on assignment. And think he'll do a very good job in this one area that we've been pushing for a long time.
And it was also the only applicant we received.
Also the only applicant.
Luckily, the right one. So.
Okay, beautiful. I looked up, Bruner Land Improvements. They've been in business about a year. I couldn't find any reference, but can you tell me what they're going to be doing?
They're going to be doing all kinds of things. It's the different line items. His bid to come in for our lawn mowing, our mowing, he's already cheaper than who we currently have. You got the ability to set our signs that are falling down. He's got the ability to do those. He's got the ability to possibly do concrete work at the triangle if so choose for the ADA approach to the gazebo. We could do the water fountain that's been sitting there waiting for us. We can do tree trimming to a certain degree. I mean, he's not an arborist, so he's obviously not going to do the things that require that, but he has the ability to do various different projects. He's capable of doing more than what we would probably even ask. But
Do you know if he's, TxDOT approved? I gave you a list of ones that the county uses.
That's not approved. He's not doing roads.
Well, Aaron Jones said it's good to have someone who's approved if they're doing your signs. So do we know what his experience has been?
I can't answer to his TxDOT approval, but based on the way some of our signs are done, I know he can do.
TxDOT didn't have anything to do with them?
It's not, yeah, it's not TxDOT. The directional signs like on Parkview that we get calls on daily to fix their.
Okay.
You know, some Tremont Trace, Shady Grove, those signs. You know,
And does he have a rate or something, or just, is it by job by
Well,
job? He bids?
His job, each job will, unless it's contracted, you know, for, like say the mowing, that's gonna be an ongoing thing. And also doing the flower bed, maintenance that company we currently have. He will do also
My daughter.
Christmas decorations at the triangle.
Hello?
All of those, it's just consolidating all these different people that we have, and it's, that
Oh, God, no.
we have the ease of getting things done. We're in a position, we don't have people to go do these things. But his pricing will be per project. So we'll have to come to an agreement, you know, it's all right, say, I want these signs done, we'll drive around, he'll give me a bid. And we'll agree or tweak or whatever we need to do outside of the. I know he's already come in cheaper, $40 a month just for our vote. And that will be.
Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead and vote on the, asking Mr. Burton to enter into an agreement with Riverlands Improvements, for land management services. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Thank you very much. Unanimous.
Can I add one thing? He sent over a proposed contract, and I forwarded it to Charlie. Charlie responded and said, Stanley would review it and tweak it.
So we'll have that back and we can, but you are authorized to get his name on the contract. All right, number 13, sort of similar discussion and take possible action on selecting a company to award a city arborist contract. Following the closing of the request for proposal, said services on August 31st. And authorize Mr. Burton to enter into a contract with the selected applicant not to, okay, and I'm gonna ask you to make this motion, Ms. Richardson, but I think that you have an amendment on here.
So I move to discuss and take possible action on selecting a company for which to award the city arborist contract following the closing of the request for proposals for said services on August 31st, 2024, thereby authorizing Mr. Burton to enter into a contract with the selected applicant not to exceed $10,000 annually from the arborist budget line item. Thank you. So there's a slight issue with this because we actually have two RFPs that were out related to trees. We had our city arborist RFP, which is what this is in regards to. And then we had a second RFP out for oak wilt specialists to basically map out what our oak wilt situation is on city property and then make a treatment recommendation plan. For some reason that RFP was never posted on the city website. So the three proposals that are attached in the agenda, you'll notice the one from Bartlett is specific to the oak wilt project. That was because I was sending out emails to arborists that were oak wilt certified and attaching that RFP, and so that's why Bartlett responded with that. So this agenda item is simply for the city arborist. So that's why I changed the amount from 18,000 to 10,000 because 18,000 is our total budget and 8,000 of that is to be allocated at, there'll be an agenda item the next meeting specific to the oak wilt RFP. And then there'll be 10,000 left over for our city arborist. So we had our tree board meeting this week and I discussed with all the board members after looking through the different proposals, who they felt they, what their pick would be, and unanimously the pick was for We Love Trees Company. They're a local company here in the Waverly Valley. They have had many projects done here in Wood Creek itself, so they are very familiar with exactly what's going on in terms of both oak wilt and just general tree issues. We have an arborist on the board who has worked with this company in a professional capacity and gave very high recommendations about their skill level. And their hourly rate was very competitive compared to some of the other proposals that we got. They also are oak wilt certified, so if we do pick them for the RFP at the future agenda, I think it would kind of expedite things if we have one company doing both projects rather than two separate ones. The We Love Trees, they also own a very specific rock saw that you use for trenching when you are trying to treat oak wilt. There's not many people that have that specific piece of machinery, so it's nice that they have that. So yeah, so that's tree board's recommendation is to go with that company, and if you have any questions.
Would you like to put that specific company into an amendment into your? Because right now it's,
Yeah.
he selects.
And I would like to amend to recommend the We Love Trees Arborist Company as the pick.
I second.
Okay, so all of the proposals are in the packet. You got a chance to look at them. Does anybody have an objection to We Love Trees, wanted to go a different direction? I mean, I was like, their prices or their rates like a third of the others. And if they've got good reps, and makes good sense. I mean, yes, sir.
The only question I have is, do they also have a certificate of liability insurance like the other two?
Yes, it wasn't included in the packet, but, I can forward that to you, but yes, they have all the proper paperwork.
They submitted their stuff in pieces, whereas these made it one PDF file, so when we went to grab it, we were grabbing what looked like just the initial piece, not necessarily attaching all of these things, so it was just the way they submitted their files to the city. If you guys would like me to BCC the rest of the information to you, I can right now. I have it already loaded, because I noticed that problem. I guess it was this morning. Y'all want it?
Not necessary.
Okay. It's in our shared files. If y'all are ever looking for things and you're like, I don't want to keep going through all those meetings or whatever, it's all, you can access a lot of this stuff from the Cal and the SharePoint. If you dig.
All right, so the amendment is to specify the company We Love Trees, for this contract. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. It's unanimous. All right, so we will vote on the main motion, which is to, select a company to award the city arborist contract, for not to exceed $10,000, and as amended, would be a contract with We Love Trees. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand and aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. All right, so we're down to item number 14. I think everybody's been waiting for.
I am gonna have to, just a minute, I can't sit down any longer. I'm gonna go get my blue and. I'm going to-
Okay, let's take a 10-minute reset. We'll come back at 10:30.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No.
1 second.
All right, we're back in session. It's 10:30. Item number 14. First of all, Ms. McKenzie, you want this in open session or closed?
Open, I guess.
Okay, open session. So item number 14 is discuss and possible action on providing due notice to the city of Wood Creek City Secretary Suzanne McKenzie of allegations of incompetency and misconduct.
I move that we provide due notice to the city of Wood Creek City Secretary Suzanne McKenzie of allegations of incompetency and misconduct.
I second.
All right, just to start this off, I think, this is not something anybody wants. I've known, Ms. McKenzie since she started here. I was part of the team that, interviewed and hired her as city secretary. Ms. McKenzie can be a very nice, helpful person, as you will all attest. But, you know, part of the problem really is that, you know, she has shown her loyalty not to the administration that is here, but to past administration. It's part of a sort of an ongoing thing all along that her personal and sort of political judgment clouds her personal and political thinking clouds her judgment in the office. And we have unfortunately, you know, examples of this just recently, with the election for council. There's a period of time that people can apply to run for office. And so we cruised along during the several weeks of applications. We had 3 citizens apply to serve, and we got down to the last day. And we were at 3, you know, so associated with these past administrations like to come in at the 11th hour and 59 seconds, to find. So, we're waiting, but the problem was that the closing time for election applications to be received was posted as 4 o'clock, which is office hours. In the past, it had been 5 o'clock, and that was what had been made, but this, under her signature, under her, form that was filed with the county, said that the election closed on, after office hours on the 29th. Interestingly, we brought that to her attention, say, did you know that, it's posted at 4, closed at 4, and I showed it to her on the website. And then, so this was about 3:30 or so, and so I just quit paying attention, and then all of a sudden, the 3 former mayors show up at the last minute. Now, how did they know that the time had changed to 4 o'clock unless they were alerted to this? I firmly believe that she made the call or somehow got in touch with the 3 former mayors, and they came down at the last possible second and applied just so they can have an election. It's just, to me, that's election interference. If you're calling your friends at closing time and saying, you need to hustle down here. Then, another side is, so the League of Women Voters, which, as we all know, does a voter's guide every year, and gives all of the candidates an opportunity to, give information, biographical information, platform information, and it's printed in their guide. So the League of Women Voters asked for the list of candidates. And so a list was sent to them. They said, well, this isn't the full list. And so because, she was out of the office, but calls weren't returned, they finally, reached the Taffy and said, we need to get this information. We need to be able to contact these people. And interestingly, the 2 people that were left off of the list, were Mr. Grummer and Mr. Scott, both of whom are not, it's just interesting that the people that she is furthest removed from and has the most problems with, we had to follow up in order to get their information to the League of Women Voters, which again, to me, is certainly, obvious misconduct. But, and I will also say that, and earlier people were saying, well, it's just not fair that he doesn't know these complaints. With the exception of those complaints that I have, these most recent complaints that I personally have, and I'm not running for anything. But because of a FOIA request, she had all the notes from all the complaints, including staff, council members, myself, that in my case goes back 3 years, of, files that I have that I've kept of complaints that I've had, for Ms. McKenzie and others that shared, including, from council members, had many discussions with Mr. Rule, and it's like, Ms. McKenzie had other duties that she had when she first started, and systematically, Mr. Rule took those duties from her because, she wasn't following instruction, or she wasn't handling it correctly, or she was spending time doing things rather than her job. She's got her job as city secretary is to manage the documents, the data, the files, the work of this council, and to keep it intact, keep it well organized. the shed was really well organized, but the files were not. It's like she's just sort of easily distracted, and so Kevin had to tell her, don't do that anymore. I need you in your office doing your job. And it's just like, she used to be in charge of, carrying the check to the bank, took that away, for other reasons. It's just weird that, it's like, for all these years, we've been saying, it's like, give her the benefit of the doubt, we'll work with her. But she just has, she just is just the personality of, like, sort of, control. As a, for instance, twice now, when we've lost our city managers, she, without discussing it with me as mayor, reached out to vendors and basically said, I'm in charge, she's in charge. Well, she's not, she doesn't have any responsibilities because the city manager left. That does not give her the authority to make, anything. So all I was trying to do when Brenton Lewis left was to be able to access, city files, to be able, even to get a key to City Hall. And I had a roadblock with Ms. McKenzie every time. We had to finally sit down with the IT people in order to give me access to the files, so I could do the job of city manager, because that's what I was being forced to do. I didn't want that job. Heavens no, I didn't want that job. But I was forced into it. But I was blind, and then she sent an email to the owner of our IT service, basically saying, basically apologizing for the mayor for actually just asking to get set up with contact, and saying that she wouldn't blame him, for dropping the account. Which was like, where did that come from? And I had a meeting with Casey, who I've known for many years and know him well. And I said, so were you really thinking about dropping the city account because I was asking for access to electronic files? And he said, no. So it's just like, I questioned the motivation, I questioned the honesty, the level of trust was corroded when Kevin Rule left us. She sent an email out to all of our vendors saying that she was now the point of contact, not me, but she was the point of contact for anything that they needed. And I found out about that because one of the vendors called me and saying, what's up with that? And wanted to know about Kevin, and said, but I'm supposed to direct everything through the city secretary now? And I'm like, I don't know where that comes from. He sent me a copy of the email, which I was not copied on, I was not consulted with. She just went out and tried to take control of the city, when the city manager left. So it's this sort of controlling kind of, mentality permeates the work environment as well. A former employee here would talk to me often, talking about the toxic work environment that was created, by Ms. McKenzie, and she ended up leaving earlier than she had planned to, but she couldn't take it. I have a whole list of complaints from her colleagues now, saying why they don't want to work with her because of the toxic work environment that she creates, because of controlling mentality, secretiveness, going off to Exxon all the time. She has done a better job of saying here in the office, than in those days. But there's just a long list of complaints. She only fairly recently, decided to take more continuing education, on her job as city secretary, and went to some meetings, that were approved by the city manager, say, yeah, go off and learn what you can about being city secretary. She didn't do that when she first started, although she was encouraged to, like, we encourage everybody to get continuing education. But that came, and then what was interesting is on the continuing education front, the day after Kevin Rule left and without authorization or permission, purchased some, $3,400 or so in human resources training. We don't have a human resources department. She wasn't asked to do that. If you're gonna spend $3,400, do it on training on being a better city secretary, which is your job. She comes from a human resources background. My initial thought was that she was getting this training so that she could go get a different job in human resources, but she used city money to buy that training course. When she asked for, when she said, okay, well, I'll get my money back, they repaid her, or they cut a check for $700, $800. So we're still out almost $3,000, that she obligated the city for. And I think she owes us that money. I hate to do this because I love people and I love working with people. I've managed hundreds of people over my career. I frankly have never been in a situation quite like this because it's weird. Because if you're the CEO, if you're the corporate CEO, and you've got a problem with a staff member, there's a whole process you go through. In the city, the process is weird. I mean, it's just like, you can't do things the way it's set up, you can't do things like you can in a corporation. I talked to Kevin several times about, what are you gonna do about, all the, sort of mistakes and, this and the, sort of playing fast and loose with the time, not being in the office, as much as she should. She was being paid full-time salary and working on 10 to 4, and being gone, big sections of that stretch. So Kevin said, you gotta clean this up. And it's just like, it's not a team playing environment. The other members of the staff work very well together. They like each other, work well with council, and support the council, support this council. And so I've been dealing with this now for years, just trying to find the answer. And unfortunately, the answer, only seems to be that this is sort of it. And I mean, I'm happy. I mean, she's already got all of my notes from, my complaints. I've got, they did the FOIA request, so they pulled all my emails. But I had handwritten some notes, which I shared with her, and she thanked me. We tried to counsel and sort of say, so like obviously it's not a great fit. Maybe you should, think about something else. And just trying to make it as easy as possible, knowing that there was trouble brewing. And so it's a sad day, for me. It's a sad day for the city. I know it's a sad time for Suzanne, and but this is very serious stuff, and something has got to go. And it's like, we've tried and tried, and it's just hasn't worked. Oh, and by the way, the way this works is, Suzanne will have an opportunity, for response to any of the allegations, at the next regular council meeting. Again, in open or closed session for her call.
I had signed up for public comments today.
Oh.
Very end.
That was so long ago,
I know.
and I am so tired. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I I wanna go ahead and clarify some of the stuff that Jeff had said. I remember when, okay, the form that Jeff was referring to, that talks about the hours, deadline to file an application, that is a Secretary of State form, and it asks specifically for your office hours. In the state election code on the Secretary of State calendar, it says that your office is open until 5, even if it's after regular business hours. Now, I remember when these people all came in, I think it was Gloria that was yelling at Judy that says, why are we early? And Judy said she had something else to do. So
She said, if those doors are locked, we're calling the police. At 4 o'clock, you were saying that.
Because in the packet, it said 5 o'clock. The packets said 5 o'clock.
Then why were you worried about the?
Because when I walked in, I heard somebody say, we're closing. I walked in the front and somebody said we were closing. Taffy said, we're closing.
So that.
Okay, but the one item, your floor, go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm gonna say you as a general term, you making a statement based on assumptions. I've mentioned before in a conversation between you and I that you cannot hold me accountable for other people, for words.
Did you call
other
them?
people's not, no.
You did not make any phone call, they just happened to show up just before 4, even though they knew it was at 5.
I did not text, I did not nothing. I was surprised and went back into my office. I was like, holy crap. And, actually.
I absolutely did not receive a phone call about coming to make the filing. I just wanted to come earlier. And I think it's a good thing I did because you just said you were gonna close at 4. I'm glad I did come earlier. I knew 5 o'clock was, I just have a husband.
We have to be very careful on this item because this is not a conversation back and forth, period.
Yeah,
The public comment period is over. Ms. McKenzie.
She wasn't asking questions.
I asked,
This is not about anybody defending their points. This is about how this item is allowed to proceed. And our attorney can also step in if needed. But right now, council has a right to speak. If you've signed up for a public comment previously.
They already did.
And you already,
Yeah.
and then the only other person who has a right to speak right now is Ms. McKenzie herself, who has the option to address council. She's chosen to address council now.
Yeah.
Which again, it's not a back and forth either, right? And we were.
no, I
carefully-
understand. I remembered Gloria saying something about we're early and Miss Brisendine said that she had something to do and I was just like, okay, and that's how I left it. But Taffy had asked me earlier in the day, why are you telling me it's 5? And I said, because if you look at the election calendar, it says 5, and it's always run like that. It's election law. I said, our hours don't even matter. And then you had come into my office too, and I don't know what I was working on. But anyway, but no, I did not contact anybody at all. And that League of Women Voters, I spoke to that woman on the phone, and the thing is, people love dramatic effect. So they, expand upon things and speak half truths. I spoke to this woman and I sent her an email on 5/22. And I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong email. I sent her an email on 8/21 at 11/12, and I said, Delasia, this is not the official final list of candidates for the Wood Creek City Council member elections. The candidates have until the date of the drawing for a place on ballot to withdraw from election. But as of today, the candidates for the 3 city council member positions are Linnea Bailey, Eric Escalin, Chris Grummer, William Shield, Russell Scott, and Gloria Whitehead. After the drawing is completed, I will send a supplemental email with the candidates' contact information as listed on their applications. If you have any other questions, please let me know. excuse me, on the 29th, I sent her an email. I said, good morning, Delasha, our Wood Creek City Council candidates all participated in the drawing for a place on ballot on Tuesday, August 27th, and are in the running for the November 5, 2024 general election. Below is a list of candidates in the order in which they will appear on the ballot with the contact information as if provided. And then Russell Scott's listed first, phone number, mailing address, email not provided. Gloria gave an email and a phone number, mailing address not provided. Linnea Kennedy gave an email and a mailing address, no phone number. Chris Crummer didn't provide anything. His is blank. He has an option not to provide information. He's not required. Eric Esplin provided a phone number and did not provide a mailing or an email. And then William Shield did an email and a phone number and no mailing. And I told her, I said, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. And that was on top of the email that I had sent her earlier. So I don't know where that information is coming from. Whoever told me that was incorrect. As soon as I spoke to her, I gave her all the information she wanted, let her know that it was potentially going to change, and then followed up. Regarding duties removed from me and not doing my job, mentioning checks being deposits getting taken away, that was my idea. Kevin and I had a discussion as he brought on at the time, I almost called him Mr. Burton as a contractor, so he would take over the going out in the city. So thank God I didn't have to do it anymore. If I'd measured one more tree, I was gonna pull my hair out. I didn't have to check on anything anymore. That was great. And then I told Kevin, we had a offsite meeting luncheon in March. And I told him, I said, I would really suggest, since Taffy handles finances, I no longer do the bank deposits. I don't feel comfortable with that. I know she likes to take things a certain way, just like when I was doing it, I take it a certain way. I said, I really prefer that she does this. And he said, okay. The city manager vendors, I was actually gonna address that in here. I'll just do it super fast. I did send out a email on the 22nd of May. Unfortunately, I've also sent out emails on the 20th and 21st, but the ones I sent out on those 2 days, and there's only like 9 vendors, I also sent out on the 21st, on the 22nd. And it says there's 84 vendors, community partners and vendors. And I said, dear community partners and vendors, I regret to inform you that Kevin Roll, the city manager for the city of Wood Creek, has resigned. Business and meetings for the city of Wood Creek will continue as usual moving forward until we are able to fill the city manager position. Please send all communications and correspondence to the city secretary and include the city mayor, Jeff Rasco. Please distribute the information in the email throughout your organizations accordingly. Additional contact information for Wood Creek City Hall. And I have Taffy's email, and I said accounts payable, accounts receivable. Myself, general city questions, and then the assistant's email, polls, registrations, questions, open records requests, request for public, it's just a chart of who does what. And then permits, code admin at Wood Creek TX, code administrator, including city and ETJ development, and then indented permits is permit questions or submissions. Inspections is inspection requests. Jeff Rasco at woodcreektx.gov or mayor at woodcreektx.gov. Jeff Rasco, City of Wood Creek Mayor. I said, thank you for your patience in this matter. If you have any questions, please let me know. And the very last, we did talk about this before, the very next to last email was you, and you had said that it didn't forward, but I'd be happy to forward this to you again. The email that Jeff was referring to about the IT company, it was a private, no, I won't say private, it was a conversation that Casey and I had on the phone. He said that he was uncomfortable and he'd received a letter and he was considering dropping us. That's why I put that in the email. I wouldn't have put it in the email if he hadn't said it. And it was just kind of a.
So he lied to me.
And it was a heads up for you that, hey, this might be coming.
Do you have that email?
I
From him?
absolutely do. I'll make a star to pull it up. I can pull all of this.
I'm just
for you.
saying that, you know, he only saw one of those.
Yes. Oh, no, I understand. And that's the problem is when you're not completely involved in an entire conversation, you get bits and pieces. You can only make a judgment based on the information that you receive. So I can print all of these, not right now. So that's what you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. Now I have a little bit and I am begging an extra minute. I'll read as fast as I can. These are my comments and, I actually didn't even reference y'all's or the list that you had sent me before in an open records request. I did not reference that. So my comments started out as, without any supporting documentation provided in the agenda packet for this item, I didn't really have a definitive subject matter upon which to make a public comment. So I'm going to go with my gut, as they say. Definition of incompetency: a person who's unable to handle affairs, make legally binding decisions due to cognitive decline, mental illness, or physical impairment. I'm not gonna say much on that, other than I have ADA accommodations. Definition of misconduct in the workplace: mismanagement of a position of employment by action or inaction, neglect that jeopardizes the life or property of another, intentional wrongdoing, intentional violation of a law, or violation of a policy or rule adopted to ensure the work and safety of employees. That comes straight from our local government code. Let me first point out that although these are in process at some point of development, right now, the city does not have any policies or procedures regarding employment law, nor does it have an employee handbook. So I can definitively state that I have not violated any laws or policies or adopted rules. You know, health and welfare, all that stuff in that definition. Let me kind of lay it out. It's the dad part that gets me.
The what?
The dad part. I was raised with the principles bestowed upon me by an Army veteran of 24 years. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And he told me that you should always be honest, even if it gets you in trouble. And I can tell you I've done that to myself more than once. So as it applies here it goes. There is a distinction between actual wrongdoing and perceived wrongdoing, and none of my mistakes have been intentional. The mistakes I'm referring to, off the top of my head that I can remember since Kevin left in May, are three. Number one, in June, I printed a two-sided copy of an agenda and placed it on the message board outside. I don't know if everybody knows that that message board outside is our official place of posting an agenda. So I made a mistake. I printed it two-sided. I was doing it in a rush and I left without verifying. The reaction, instead of making a simple copy of the page that was covered, was to send a string of emails and completely repost the agenda and packet. Number two, I also sent the wrong information to Wimberley View regarding a public hearing that would enable the triangle to be rezoned to a city park from a right of way. Unfortunately, I didn't pull it back before it went to print. So, this mistake was met with another string of emails. And if I owe the city money for the error in the publication, let me know. And I'd be happy to pay it. There was number three. There was a training for a Public Information Act, that I had downloaded materials at home and into my personal Dropbox. But when I got to work, I opened my personal Dropbox account and I got that renewal needed. And without thinking, hit renewal and then realized, oh my God, I'm on a city computer. I just charged my city credit card. Holy crap. I'm sorry. So I've already sent an email to Mr. Burton authorizing the deduction on my paycheck for $127, which is the requirement by the Texas payday law for a deduction of, that gives my permission for a deduction on my payroll. Now, under the misconduct definition, one of the items is a misappropriation of funds. So I can guess that number 2 and number 3 above, the public hearing and the mispaying my Dropbox would fall under that, although I've already paid back the city for the accidental credit charge. And please let me know if I owe you for that cost of the publication.
How about the human resources thing?
It's coming. An example of a perceived mistake could be the notification, we are sort of already addressed this, could be the notification of the May 22nd to 84 of our community partners and vendors of Kevin Roll's departure as city manager. Although notification was sent to 9 of them before the mass email on that Wednesday, all 84, including the mayor, were sent them the email on the 22nd. I should have, potentially should have discussed this with the mayor. However, it was just a notification to let them know who they need to contact now that the person they thought they needed to contact is gone. Moving on. During my performance review in April of 2024 with Kevin Roll, there were nothing but positive comments. I have a copy of the performance review in here if anyone wants to see it. During the evaluation, Mr. Roll made goals to continue virtual and in-person training. I had been doing it before. I enrolled in the program to obtain my municipal city certification, and I have learned some stuff. Also, as part of our discussion, mine and Kevin's discussion, was the re-adding of the human resource function as it was originally on the job description under which I was hired. I also have a copy of this if anyone would like to see it. An outcome after our discussion, during my evaluation and after receipt of emails showing that I had paid for testing and training and testing for my HR certification, was not able to test because came down with COVID and missed my test date in 2022. Kevin approved my re-enrollment in the program and the city credit card was charged as, in his interpretation, it would be applicable to this job when he re-added the human resource function to my job description. Unfortunately, Kevin quit shortly after my after my enrollment. And I fear that this credit card charge, some of which was already refunded, could be used in an accusation of misappropriation of funds. And one of the things I've learned already in my training is that the review of meeting minutes should be sent to all members, not one, as originally instructed, and that the city seal should be affixed to minutes as well as city contracts and agreements, which I already knew that part. So, and then moving on again. I would like to summarize quickly the occurrence of events since Kevin's departure. Kevin left on May 20th, 2024. I have not received a meeting or performance review or any counseling since the one performed in April. I first appeared on the council agenda on June 12th and was told on June 21st that to avoid public humiliation, I was encouraged to submit a letter of resignation. By June 25th, I had not submitted a letter and was told that even if I had, I would have been stripped of my duties as city secretary and given a blank computer. I was not provided a blank computer, but I can reassure each of you that I have been stripped of my duties. In fact, there's no longer any accountability by me as a public records officer as, number one, I'm no longer included in many communications regarding contracts and agreements. And two, although some of council has access to our electronic records since August 22, now all of the members have access, as Councilmember Hines mentioned a COW shared drive earlier in the meeting. In addition, I'm no longer the sole administrator for Unicode, which is our agenda creation software, is there are 2 new additions as Unicode administrators who also have the ability to add, delete, or change agenda items. As a result of the additions, to protect everyone who is a Unicode administrator, I've had to remove my signature from the templates because any changes in items in the agenda software using my signature is actually forgery. I just a side note. Well, let me go back to this. In regard to the Unicode system itself, I've had to re-add published information back into our website to keep it current. I don't know if this is due to accessees making edits or the continual glitches in the software. As a matter of fact, we experienced a crash earlier this week, but through hard work and diligence, all meeting materials, less one document, are posted on our website, and I've got screenshots of those. I was made aware when I spoke to our account manager. He's mad at us. We should not have the level of access that we need, none of us. So he's gonna request a meeting at some point to get us changed to something lower. I don't know. Going back to my opening statement, that I'm not positive what topics will be discussed, I will start closing statements. As part of the city, council and staff should work together as a team. Previous city staff had each other's backs as we actually had each other's email addresses as, I don't know how to explain it. We had each other's email addresses as part of ours in case of something happening. Like I was out for COVID, I had a death in the family, and Maureen took over while I was gone. So it was just a backup. And now I don't want to know the numbers, but I can imagine, it kind of goes along with an assumption. The total number of hours that have been spent by more than likely one person who have spent their time and incurred legal fees to systematically make changes to the ordinance to bring us where we are today, instead of making any direct communication. And I'm sure you've heard that communication is healthier and more constructive than being angry and holding everything in because stress causes cancer. I can attest to that. My goals with the statement were not to be negative or finger pointing. I just want everybody to have a very general idea of events. I've always tried to incorporate information from my training into our processes, as learning for me, I know I'm twisted, is exciting. And I like to share that information to ensure that we operate as best we can, which would protect us. But change is hard to accept, and it's definitely an adjustment. And I'm always here and available to explain the training I've received and how we can incorporate it so we can be a more cohesive unit. In closing, I do want to address the fact that I'm grateful. As crazy as all this stuff is, I'm grateful. Here I go again. Gosh darn. I'm grateful that I've had the opportunity to
Smile.
I'm grateful I've had the opportunity to work in a municipality, because I had state experience, but I didn't have municipal experience. So this is, another more detailed side. And I've had the opportunity to meet and work with different council members and advisory board members, and differing opinions are great. Because you gotta have one side, you gotta have the other side, and together you can come up with something great. And of course, I can't leave out our residents. I've met so many of our residents over the past 2.5 years that they're just like extended family. And I'll just wrap it up right here. So thank you for your time, and I hope everybody's still awake now.
I had a question. Do you have 504? A 504.
504?
That is the state accommodations chapter where you can claim work alterations based on needs. You said you had ADA accommodations. What are those?
I have a letter from my doctor.
That's not an ADA accommodation. No, ADA is actually a handicap rating Yeah, okay.
I happen to work with the man who wrote the first ADA law. Not yet,
We don't
not yet.
need to argue right now, but
I'm on the list here to talk. But hey, don't be ridiculous, Jeff. I'll be quiet, but don't have her say things that are not true. Be quiet.
504 is this state chapter that basically allows an employee to claim exemptions and employment things based on health things. A handicap note is different than a doctor's note. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear that I understood your claim there. Because I have not been provided with any of these accommodations, nor 504, nor any letters stating that. Well, actually, please stop. This is my time to speak right now. And I asked a series of questions and now I have the floor, okay? First, I would like to acknowledge that mistakes happen and we all make them. With that in mind, one's employment, however, rests in the ability of an individual to effectively and efficiently carry out their duties with minimal errors. And considering Suzanne McKenzie and her role of city secretary, one might remark on her kindness to certain residents, the sprucing up of the office space, the detailed organizing of shared storage spaces. These are no doubt feathers in her cap. However, when looking at the official job title of the general law city secretary for state, none of these activities are listed. So one must set aside those aspects of her job performance and look at the components she has specifically been charged with via the state law, City of Wood Creek ordinance, the job description provided to her, and at the direction of the elected body. Essentially, many of these tasks have actually detracted from her ability to perform her actual duties, and the previous city administrator was systematically removing responsibilities from her to place on others in order to improve her job performance. It wasn't successful, and whether or not he truthfully told her that, I wasn't in those conversations, but I do know what he told me and Mayor Rasko. Unfortunately, we have reached a point in this personnel matter where I have to stand up and acknowledge that this is the wrong person for this job. There is a deficit in the particular skill sets necessary to be capable and efficient in this position. I do not believe that additional training will alleviate this burden on the city, as a strong component of it is temperament and personality. Additionally, one could argue that enough time has passed in this role that if these things were going to see improvement, they would have. Especially given that the first implication that the city secretary McKenzie's appointment was up for consideration was months ago. We've seen no improvement besides attitude. In addition, I believe they let their personal and political beliefs interfere with their ability to exercise good judgment, complete council-directed tasks, and maintain a professional demeanor while at work in front of other citizens. I'm going to go into a list. It's rather long, 4 pages. I'm going to start right now with the first time I filed a formal complaint against City Secretary McKenzie. It was a TOMA violation where she participated in the alteration of a document outside of a public meeting. Filed that complaint in her first few months of employment. She participated in changing an ordinance review document that we had been tracking for several meetings, met with a chairperson, worked on a completely separate document for who knows how many hours, submitted that document in place of the one the group had been working on collectively, and confused the group, causing additional minutes and time and money lost in that meeting. That's a formal complaint she knew about and had access to, that was not only filed with her, but also the city manager and the attorney at that time. Going on, I just as recently as May of this month issued another TOMA violation warning involving her behavior in relation to an advisory board, where she is a key member in that advisory board, being authorized without council approval to spend money, being authorized to make changes in our capital structures without coming before council for approval. These are not things that are allowed. And she was directly participating in that and complacent. She did not alert anyone. She continued to engage in that behavior with them. The next series, beyond those 2 TOMA violations that I have alerted, is a form. No, ma'am.
Can you tell me the date?
No, ma'am. I'm speaking right now. You will have a chance. The next, excuse me. The next thing, I have issued a formal complaint on her behavior. is a violation of policies concerning council meetings and how we submit items. Meaning we have very clear policies about the proper procedure for the submission of items, and she has repetitively violated that and shown preferences to certain council members, skirting by those policies for them, and then creating fake roadblocks for other council members and objecting to their submission of items rightfully. The next time I filed a formal complaint about her, she called me retarded in front of a citizen at City Hall. That is misconduct. Not only is that a disgusting word to refer to any other human being who is not mentally handicapped, who doesn't actually hold a 504, it's inappropriate behavior for a city official. In this office, in front of residents, your personal opinions about me are fine. You're allowed to have those. When you share them in front of residents, in front of the public, at your place of work, it's wildly inappropriate, and it was witnessed by another council member and 2 staff members. Moving on. Minutes continue to not be ready for review for the regular agenda. And if they are ready and placed in the agenda, they frequently have errors. Meeting notices have failed to be sent to advisory board members, causing complications with their meetings and quorum requirements. Recently, that just happened to the Parks Board. It's happened to ORC. It's happened to P&Z. Complaints from staff on the spending we just talked about, $3,000 unauthorized. Maybe an accident. We're still waiting on the refund. Suzanne retains a personal Dropbox that the city has paid for that no one has access to. I've not been able to confirm that. That is a concern shared by staff with me. Staff has also shared concerns about her removing important items from the office. They shared concerns about being videotaped and recorded in the office against their knowledge. There are items locked up in this office that staff does not have a key to. These are files we all need access to. There's nobody working in this office or sitting on this dais that does not have access to any file in here. Those locks are inappropriate and should have been removed the first time she was asked to remove them. She is generally not well liked and does not get along with her coworkers, our contracted vendors, and most of the council. She frequently oversteps her role and argues with council members and contracted vendors. In fact, she had the audacity to get in an argument with our city attorney on zoning law, an email costing us who knows how much money and time, and she was wrong. It's one thing to argue when you're right, and it's one thing to argue when you're completely out of your wheelhouse and wrong. She also potentially interfered with the appropriate process of that zoning item. She has played an active role in the Parks Board, like I said, acting outside of basic council requirements. She has ignored the council liaison policy repetitively, excluding certain council members from the liaison duties as outlined and passed in the policy appropriately. This is specifically in relation recently to the P&Z chair resigning. Part of that conflict was due to the fact that the liaison was completely excluded out of the agenda making process until the final step. She's messed up the tax rate calculation schedule at least 2 years that I've participated in it, causing extra meetings and wasting taxpayer funds. She has ignored that agenda submission process, as I said. These next 2 hours occurred while Mayor Maresco was recently out of town. Next 2 items occurred while he was out of town and I was having to serve. She interfered with the calling of a special meeting, which delayed budget planning. She ignored council and P&Z calling a public hearing together, joint, which she acknowledged, created a loss of fees. That's the one where she argued with the attorney on the legality of the zoning process as well. We continue to have issues with meetings being posted. In fact, 2 weekends in a row, Ms. McKenzie left work, either sick or went out of town and was unavailable, and the agenda wasn't finished and posted. Guess who had to finish that? Me. Yeah, working on the weekend as a volunteer, doing a paid staff member's job. She did not delegate those duties to anyone else, and she did not inform anyone that she was not going to be able to perform her duties. Recently, regarding the TIDA reimbursement, Suzanne missed a key detail in an email stating that our documents had not been submitted yet. Luckily, another staff member caught this, and we were able to meet our deadlines and receive the funds. When I asked her about this personally on June 12th, she argued and said it was all done. It was not. If we had taken her word for it, then we would have potentially missed out on a refund of $190,000. 2 weeks ago, this is at the time of that meeting, so now it's gone, right? Because we missed one of the meetings, I was out. There was a publicly posted discussion concerning the residents of Deerfield. Multiple requests were communicated to post this meeting. All of these requests Suzanne ignored. And when this was brought up, she claimed she was out sick and had a doctor's note. Meanwhile, she was still working on other projects at the office during the same time period. Again, the salary position, you're required to ensure your duties are covered by someone else if you're out. She made no efforts to get this meeting posted or to ensure that someone else handles it while she was gone. During that same time, while she was out sick, she was still working on certain products. Mayor Rasco and I finalized the agenda, as I said. In this, the submission on this specific packet at that point in time, several council members' items were just left off, just not included. And there was no explanation for why or why not. Some council members get their items cut, get the wording argued with. Other council members are able to submit things that don't even have appropriate legal wording, and nobody at that point in time was like checking that. It was very much focused on only certain members. In addition, proper submission on some of the items for that same meeting from certain council members was not objected to, but she left off others. There was issues with the I&M panel during that same time period. During that same time period, 2 recent planning and zoning meetings weren't allowed to happen because the communication to the advisory boards was miscorrectly handled, meaning she lost communications, doesn't have a record of them. The advisory board member showed me their emails showing the communications. She advocated for that violation of basic zoning laws, arguing with the attorney. We have copious amounts of minute corrections, and I hear the chatter in the audience. Why are we correcting these minutes? And yeah, why are we having to heavily review the work of paid staff members? And when we're talking about all of council receiving the minutes to review, we do that in the meeting, but what we actually had to do is create an entire additional step to try to avoid it. And this meeting, we didn't follow through with that step because we needed the public to see the amount of errors and the amount of, micromanaging we're having to do to ensure basic processes in the city are functioning properly. I'm tired. I'm not paid, and I work here like I'm paid because some of the paid staff cannot adequately perform their jobs. Despite repeatedly being asked to stick to motions and votes on her minutes, she continued to take liberties with those documents, and we had to rehash that at least twice in a public meeting. For the June 12th meeting, she changed one of my document submissions without my permission, which is a direct violation of the council approved policy. She has done this to Councilmember Grummert more than once as well, and I had to specifically talk to her and ask her to leave Mr. Grummert's items alone because she was regularly targeting his items and the wording of his items while letting others pass. There have been corrective conversations and moments when mistakes are pointed out. What we are met with is defensiveness and excuses rather than receptivity and interest in improving city business. She has stormed out of meetings and slammed doors in my presence. If you're asking me if I feel safe at City Hall, not in a conflict with Ms. McKenzie because violence occurs. These are things you can rate on domestic abuse schedules, just by the way. I have witnessed potential TOMA violations, which I talked to you about. She's altered documents outside of meetings more than once. She's altered council member document submissions more than once without their approval. She's been talked to about this over and over. If you are hearing that she is being caught off guard by any of this, is inaccurate. At least one employee has actually cited her specifically for their reason for quitting. She has attempted to lock me out of files while I was accessing them. She could not help me find the survey for 41 Champion Circle. I walked in there, pulled out the drawer with the address, pulled it out immediately. This is after 2 weeks of me begging for this file. Pulled it out while I was out here referencing. She walks behind me, locks the drawer, and locks the door. It's a obstruction of business, and it's unnecessary, and it's over controlling, and it is actual micromanagement. She's obstructed Mayor Rasco in taking care of essential and necessary business, as he has already stated, more than once, repetitively, and continues to do so. There are significant delays in the processing, posting of basically everything, videos, minutes, records on the website. We receive complaints regularly about people not being able to access financial documents. Guess who the person responsible for posting financial documents is? Suzanne McKenzie. Guess who's the person responsible for posting videos, meetings, minutes, all of that stuff? Suzanne McKenzie. I repetitively get emails saying, why aren't your minutes up? Why aren't these videos posted? Where is this? Where is that? I'm not a staff member. We can go on and on. My information requests regularly border on 7 days or more, whereas other residents are receiving FOIA responses in less than an hour, especially if they concern to her and her employment. We have records of that. Whereas mine related to city business and things that are actually supposed to be publicly posted on the website take over a week to get. That's concerning. In conclusion, we have an environment lacking trust. And it's not just me, but I no longer have confidence in her work produced. We are finding that we have to double and triple check her work at times. It is delaying the regular city functions of this city every single week. For example, the minutes in this meeting are a great showcase, right? Minute 1, tons of corrections. Item 1. Item 3, she blamed Taffy. Taffy prepared these for me. Did she not check her work?
I never received that.
Excuse me, I'm not done. If you are unable to handle the affairs of this city because you feel that
I will clear this chamber if y'all do. You cannot interrupt a council member speaking. Neither can you.
Is there a time limit?
No. Oh, she had no time limit? Yeah.
sorry, but this is a really important matter and giving due time to it is essential to me. I would sit here for another 2 hours if I had to make sure that not only I was heard, but the rest of our board was heard and that she is heard. This isn't a rush. And I lost it. But what I'm trying to point at is that this concept that Ms. McKenzie is being accused of things she didn't do and it's unfair starts somewhere. And it didn't start because day one she got hired and she was exemplary and never gave us reason to doubt. In fact, the reason why we have so much doubt, the reason why if there's something going on with Muni Code, we're not sure if it's staff or Muni Code is because there have been so many errors and because it's a constant issue every week. Even this week, Mayor Rasco asked for the agenda to be sent to the attorney for review. Ms. McKenzie did not do that. She wrote a really long email telling him about when she planned to do it. I got on and sent it. The city attorney was able to approve it within a few minutes because the agenda was mostly done. And I ask you, what was the purpose of that email beyond control? Because if Mayor Rasco asked you to send a document to the attorney, your response as a paid staff member responsible for record management is to do it, not to argue, not to interject your personal opinions. In fact, she started to argue about what budget documents were supposed to be included in it. She's not our budget officer. She's not even remotely responsible for that. All she's responsible for is sending the documents to the county and making sure they get posted on our website. Guess what wasn't posted for nearly a year? Our budget for last year, the legal documents. Guess whose job that was? Guess who ended up having to do it? It's a big deal. It's a big, big deal. The work environment is toxic. It is. And ironically, the person in the room that is the sole source of this perpetual black hole is up for consideration right now. And I'm literally begging my fellow council members to hear us, to hear your mayor, to hear your mayor pro tem as we say, please, please help us promote Ms. McKenzie to look for another job, to consider employment elsewhere, because it's really not the right fit here. And it's causing a lot of additional work for other staff members. It's causing a lot of additional work for volunteers. And we are regularly floundering around in messes of city business that are very much created from her behavior and her decisions. In fact, even the discussion tonight about, are we able to proceed with this hearing because of the date timestamp? That whole issue is directly related to decisions Suzanne McKenzie made, information she gave council in times when she interjected and me and Mr. Bay is trying to clean up the mess and move forward. So that's my conclusion. I'm literally at my wit's end and several of our staff members are, and I can honestly say several of our contracted vendors are not super thrilled with the dynamic either.
You have anything to add? Yes, ma'am.
Well, if,
No,
person,
Chris is recognized.
So I should put a few words together. Suzanne has demonstrated commendable strengths in several areas while serving as city secretary. Residents consistently find her approachable and appreciate her strong customer relation skills. She excels in listening to residents' concerns and effectively answers their questions, contributing to a positive public perception of our municipal services. Furthermore, she actively participates in city cleanup initiatives, displaying a commitment to community engagement and civic responsibility. Despite these strengths, there are significant areas where Suzanne has struggled to meet expectations. One key area of concern is her adherence to the principles and practices outlined in the municipal code. There have been instances where Suzanne's decisions or actions do not align with established protocols, leading to confusion and potential legal ramifications. The role of city secretary often demands a high level of expertise in handling specialized tasks, such as managing official documents, understanding municipal regulations, and performing detailed record keeping. There have been numerous documented incidents where errors occurred during these tasks with significant consequences. Another area requiring improvement is Suzanne's response to constructive criticism and her ability to implement feedback to enhance her performance. While Suzanne is mostly receptive to feedback, there has been limited visible improvement in addressing recurring issues or adjusting her approach based on constructive input. Suzanne's time management skills also require attention. There have been instances where deadlines were missed or tasks were not completed within expected timeframes, impacting departmental efficiency and overall operations. This has led to many different board meetings or open meetings being canceled because postings were not done by the required time. Many board members have also missed meetings because email correspondence for the meeting was not sent out. Additionally, Suzanne's interpersonal relations with city staff, the mayor, and several council members have been strained at times. Building effective working relationships across all levels of the organization is crucial for the city secretary role, and Suzanne's interactions have occasionally been perceived as adversarial or lacking in diplomacy. In the management world, there's this concept of right person, right seat. It's essential for ensuring that employees are not only a good cultural fit for the organization, but also well suited for their specific roles in terms of skills and competencies. In the case of Suzanne, while she exhibits a pleasant temperament, friendliness to residents, and a helpful attitude, her fit for the role of city secretary may not align with the rigorous requirements of the position. I think the goal would be to find a role where Suzanne can excel and contribute effectively, ensuring both her success and the success of the organization that she is a part of.
Bailey, you had your hand up there.
yes. Well, you're skipping Chris.
She had her hand up. I didn't
Oh,
recognize it.
sorry, I thought.
We're not going.
Well, I think if personality and temperament disqualify a city secretary, they certainly don't disqualify a council member. That was a strong brand. And I think we need to keep it more professional. I am the only one in this room that's passed the Texas Municipal Court Clerks Program. There are only 1,000 such licensed currently in the state. The criteria that I've heard today talk more to personalities and perceived slights. Where when I was city secretary, the thing I loved the most was serving the public and answering those questions. Now, it's a workhorse kind of job, but I've looked at other cities. We have so many, because we have Toma for all of our committees, she's got a workload and she keeps them up with each of our committees. She's well liked. She has a quick mind. She responds she has a good memory. At the meeting last night of INM, she just has such good recall that's supportive. What I'm hearing, it does appear to be personality conflicts. And I think she made a mistake early on when she resigned. But if you recall, we had to pass an ordinance say, in the case of a city manager resigning, the mayor takes over, because we were in a bit of a flux. And maybe she didn't handle that properly, but we fixed it. And I think a lot of this tension has just happened since Kevin was gone. And, I think we need someone with experience and history with us. I know she loves the city and wants to stay, but, I'm gonna give my support, and people are supporting of her, and it's the citizens who pay the salaries. It's our job as city council to keep things running, but often the heart of the city is here at the staff. And so I give my support to Suzanne.
One of the things that I heard early on was the idea of quote unquote in charge versus point of contact. And I think that had to do with intent. When she contacted each one of them, they had to contact somebody. And that's what she did, was she was at least the initial point of contact, not with the intention of becoming in charge and staying in charge, because that wasn't her job. Anybody would have known that wouldn't have been her job. As far as something like the doctor's note, well, you get a doctor's note to get and it's accepted with the doctor's, actually it's like a prescription almost of a particular thing. If you want to get a disabled driver's license, that's how you get it, is by way of a doctor's note. You don't have to go and actually, my daughter is disabled and she doesn't have one of those, but she could get another first ADA type thing for lots of different things because of her disability. And she would have to have, she's actually had that by way of Social Security in order to get any kind of benefits at all, was by way of a doctor's note. I don't know about a 504. I've never actually heard of that. She may have one, I don't know. But the fact is that you get some kind of documentation from the people who have the authorization to give it, whether it's 504 or a doctor's note. A lot of the things that I've heard tonight, I believe, are, again, personality differences rather than anything else. And at this point, I think that everything that I've heard, I believe that she's confident and with some severe personality clashes that perhaps can be remedied in the future if all parties are willing to do so.
Anything to add, Mr. Bremer?
I guess I could only add, a lot's been said. I appreciate the citizens that have come out and said they've had a good experience with the city secretary and that they find her friendly and that they've had a positive interaction with the city secretary. But I look at her job description. Her job description is about keeping accurate records. That's not what's happening. I don't feel it should be me as a council member to sit and go, oh, wow, this document, well, where's the attachment here? This ordinance says there's C Exhibit A. Where's Exhibit A? The actual ordinance that council passed. Where is it? It's not part of the document in our files. So I have to go and work with the mayor, the city admins in the past and go, can we make these documents work? And where's this part? I used to do that with Suzanne a lot, but it would just often fall off. Our discussions would fall off, or it would be this 15 thread email of disagreement. Some of the other things, I mean, the TOMA violations are bizarre. The there's been instances where the city secretary has presented documents as though they came from the city attorney. And when I asked the city attorney, did you make this document? He goes, no. I said, then why does it say attorney's document across it? And he goes, no, it's that over there. This one is my document. And that's breaking down of trust, of course. We talked about the budget already, that for almost over a year, no, almost a year, not over a year. The last year's budget is specifically required of only that position. None of us are allowed to do it. Only that position is supposed to be putting it on the website. You can read budget, chapter 102. It details what is supposed to be there, all the different, the cover sheet, what's supposed to be on the cover sheet, and it's supposed to be placed on the city website. Jim and I sat down and we threw documents of all sorts together to at least comply with what the state is asking to be there, but it's not in the right format. If you go to the website right now, that's what you see is what Jim and I put together.
On what page?
On the city website under budget, under adopted budget. What was there? All this time, and it's not, I communicated this months ago. I just finally got to the point like, we can't keep doing this. There's been ordinances where I've asked the city attorney, so this is before we were allowed access to the actual files. It was kind of all, you always had to go to city attorney or city secretary to ask for the documents. I would ask in research, I'd ask for past ordinances because I couldn't find them on the city website. There are two instances that were very clear in my mind because it was a very long discussion that I had pulled in the city attorney with, which was one, she refused to engross the ordinance that council had passed. I have the email threads. I sent them to the city attorney. I sent them to Jeff. I sent them, you weren't the mayor pro tem, I think. I just sent them to Jeff. And I got Jeff and the city admin at the time and the city attorney and go, she is refusing to consider the ordinance passed, even though the minutes say we all passed. It was a 5-0 vote. Everything was informed. And I had to spend lots of emails to go through that process. There was other ordinances that I found that council had voted and approved. And when I asked for the document, Suzanne would tell me that doesn't exist. And then I'd show her, said, well, on this date, this is the minutes, this is the motions, and these are what passed. Council actually approved and adopted an ordinance. She goes, well, we don't have record of that. And I'm like, well, who does? Because it's not our job to keep the records. For me, it's about accurate record keeping, which is actually what the job description is. Again, we get along. I like her. We have cigarettes together. It's just, as others are trying to say, it's not a personality thing per se. It's the ability to do the job as it is described. I guess I have more, I'm just gonna let it go.
Okay. Everybody's had a chance to speak. Entertain a motion
On the floor already.
to provide due notice to the city of Wood Creek City Secretary Suzanne McKenzie of allegations of incompetency and misconduct. So, the next step, is that, at the next meeting,
We have a vote.
about that, and then
If people have process discussions, that's different, and we can go into executive session for that. That's not a personnel matter, and that is possible if people want to talk about that, but.
all right, so, we will, we provided due notice to the city of Wood Creek City Secretary, Suzanne McKenzie, of allegations of incompetency and misconduct. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Deborah Hines.
Aye.
Councilmember Linnea Bailey.
Nope.
Councilmember Chris Grummer.
Aye.
Councilmember Bob Hambrick.
No.
And Councilmember Krista Richardson.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, so council considerations for agenda items in the next regular council meeting, that's next item on the agenda.
What's the next? Okay.
I'd like to do a study, as an agenda item that outlines remaining, buildable lots in the city so that we can get an accurate count of our potential housing in the future and also which lots are not buildable under our current codes. The second thing I'd like to do is report on the progress of, the requests of the infrastructure and mobility.
So Victor, yeah.
Yes.
No objections to those.
I can mention it now.
I mean, didn't we do a survey of buildable lots under prison? So there should be some.
Yes, right.
That's one thing, I'd like to get an opinion from the city attorney regarding the exact intent of local government code 22.177A as it applies to majority vote versus a simple majority.
Are you asking for an executive session right now
No,
regarding
I
process?
asked, no, what I asked for is an opinion from the attorney, that's all, and that can happen. It has nothing to do with where we go with it, but I'd like to know exactly what, and for the record, what that opinion would be.
Is this a written report for next meeting? Because we're talking about next meeting.
Next meeting.
Exactly.
What they'll do is offer an executive session for consult, which that offer is on the table for this evening as well. If we chose executive session for process and the code can occur, the personnel executive session portion, Ms. McKenzie requested to be made publicly, so that's the difference. So it will be an executive session.
It's our, you know.
I'm just letting him know that in regards to that item, I guess I could say it's an objection because it's going to be an executive session. It will not be a written report.
Okay, we'll put it on the agenda. Starting consultation. Other items? Yes.
First one will be, discussion and take possible action on selecting a company for which to award the city local specialist contract. And then another one, requesting council approval for purchase of supplies for the November tree giveaway. And then the third one will be, requesting approval to buy saplings for city council.
What was that?
Requesting approval, to buy saplings for the city, for city council.
And I couldn't get your mouth this time, I didn't hear a bunch of them.
Oh, I'm sorry, the first one, selecting a company for which to award the city Oakville specialist contract. Following the closing of RFP.
Well, parks for,
We're in the discussion right now, and it's ready for.
I've already announced the items that are upcoming, and just, they got bumped to the next meeting.
all right, any announcements? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn?
Second.
Right.
Well, it was so interesting.
Into the